just,
Alex?
I know where,
Spot there.
I was just saying that if there are spots, you're welcome to sit at the table. We'd love to find you spots. All right, first thing this morning, we'll have opportunity for public comment from members of the gallery for 15 minutes. Anyone in the gallery wish to speak? Yes.
Good morning. My name is Michael Seebeck. I'm a 21-year party veteran. I've been a vice chair for California. I've been on the Colorado board as well. I've served on the National Platform Committee. I've served on state bylaws and platform committees. I've been a county chair. I've been a county treasurer. I've been a 3 times candidate in this party, including this last cycle. Frankly, you disappoint me. I should be here, I should not be here right now. I should be over in Illinois fighting for my son's medical freedom because of COVID and in positions put on by his college. He's 2 weeks into his freshman year. Instead, I gotta be here dealing with this stuff. Why? Because y'all screwed up. You guys have spent 18 months silence about coronavirus, despite the efforts of our secretary to get the board to get out in front of this. We had an election cycle that had the ability to frame the argument about our individual freedom, both economic and medical, against government tyranny. Silence. The states did more than the National Party did. It impacted me negatively on my candidacy, and it impacted our candidates nationwide. Instead, what do we have? We've got a coup in New Hampshire that was tried and failed. We've got gaslighting. We've got the politics of personal destruction against our secretary because she exposed it. And by the way, she was vindicated on that yesterday with that investigative counsel report. Everything that she uncovered, they came to the same conclusions. So why are you trying to get rid of her? Retaliation for blowing the whistle, which is what she ran on, by the way. The list of charges show, and you're going to see this, that Ms. Harless is upset over what happened. Understandable. But it also shows the rest of the LNC in a very poor light. And that's not good for this party. The agenda for this item is out of order, despite what the chair may think, because the bylaws and Roberts specifically require discovery, evidence, and a trial. Not a railroad job of a hearing. If you guys want to do a railroad job, go work for the railroad, not for the LNC. And that includes denial of representation for Ms. Harless by her parliamentarian and her attorney to speak on her behalf. Remember something else. This was tried before with Lee Rice, the late Lee Rice, may rest his soul, in 2009. I helped argue that case before the screen. We won because there was a vendetta to remove him because people on the LNC didn't like him. It happened again in 2008 before that with Angela Keaton. That one almost put her in the hospital from spitting up blood from ulcers because of the stress and the crap that the LNC put her through. We're doing it again 13 years later. Why? Ask yourselves, why would you put somebody through all that? Because of personal vendettas? This isn't about the direction of the party. This isn't about politics. This is about they're trying to destroy someone. The charges themselves are very simple. Ms. Harless engaged in free market capitalism. Every single one of you who's gone to a convention is monetized in kind your title and your position or your degree for your own use. You've all done it. Expressing facts and opinion doesn't violate the NAP, by the way. That's free speech. The NAP deals with physical actions of force and fraud, not opinions and speech. And by the way, different hats can be worn by different people, by the same person at different times. I've been doing it in my professional life for over 30 years. So here's what it comes down to. If you want justice, if you want to do this right, if you don't want to have the bad optics going into Reno of looking like what happened here is a fiasco, then the best thing you can do is withdraw this whole piece of garbage that you're going to put forth today or vote it down. Thank you.
Bill Schultz. I am the treasurer of the Libertarian Party of Kenton County in northern Kentucky. Basically, some random guy. I'm not a party lifer. I have been a registered Libertarian for years, but formally joined late last year. I just want to say, I'm a decent bellwether, a decent stand-in for a lot of the growth that the party has had. I'm not a member of any caucus or paying any caucus or anything. I've joined and I'm getting involved in my local party. We're running events and running candidates. If you guys suspend Ms. Harlos, I think many people, those who are not part of some partisan contest internal into the Libertarian Party, are going to be dismayed by it and going to be dissatisfied with the party. It's not advancing liberty in any ways. And for what it's worth, sure, Ms. Harlos has made mistakes in my opinion. She's crass in certain ways, but ultimately she's also an incredibly hard worker. I watch the email list pretty closely. She's doing as much work as anybody on there. The idea that she's impeding progress in terms of board activity is asinine to me. So I encourage you all, just from the standpoint of random members out there who don't have some loud voice and haven't been involved for 20 years even, who are part of the growth and want to help this party succeed and increase liberty in our country, to not vote to suspend her, because she's a hard worker and none of this crap, excuse my language, improves liberty. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Sure. I do apologize, I gotta follow these guys. Should've took an extra alpha brain, but my name's Josiah Baker. You don't know me, you probably soon will. I'm the chair of Montgomery County, Tennessee. Drove up here to support people I believe in. And I'm like, guys, what are our priorities as a party? It feels like, the flavor of the month of the witch hunt now is the pink berry. And I'm just like, this is the person, I don't know her from a hole in the wall, but I respect someone who's principled and has the integrity to stand. And I'm also, hey, I'm excited for the fact that she hadn't done what she done, we wouldn't have a principled chair behind the podium right now. That's what matters to me as a party. I don't like the purging of whistleblowers. I feel like I'm in the Obama administration, and it's just kind of gross to me. We have eyeballs on us. When you look at Twitter metrics, Google metrics, people are looking up our party because people are looking for answers. We have the answers. Last thing we need is internal squabbles getting in the way. Me, I understand there might be prior history, personal beefs. I'm a compartmentalist because I live in the real world. I work with people I cannot stand because that's what adults do. We work together for the, God, I hate this term, greater good. Only time I will use that. It tasted weird coming out. But that's what we do. We work together, sometimes with people we detest personally. You got past beefs, I'll be honest, your past beefs, if I cared any less, I'd be dead. I'm here for what's good for this country, and what's good for this country is this party, and what's good for this party is her staying in that seat. And look, I'll close with this. We love to tout as a party, that we are all about diversity, all capital letters, 72 bold point font. And with her not at this table, we're a hell of a lot less diverse. I mean, in my opinion, without her here, we might as well put raisins in our potato salad and hang live, laugh, love signs. Because we need, and she adds spice. I like my Libertarian Party spicy, so it leaves a flavor in everybody's mouth. That's my 2 cents. I'm out. Thank you, guys.
Anyone else? All right. We will move on from public comment. All right, so this morning we are entering into new business with previous notice. First item on the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
would you like me to take the roll for today?
Oh, yes, that would be great, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Mr. Lucchini is getting your attention.
No, if I can do this. I'd like to make a motion to change the order of the agenda to move a bunch of the financial items up to right now.
Okay.
Is that in order?
As soon as roll call is done. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Billieu,
I'm here.
Mr. Molman,
Here.
Mr. Hagan,
Here.
I am here, Ms. Epke,
Here.
Mr. Longstreth?
Here.
I don't believe Mr. Roudsep is present.
No.
Ms. Sarwar?
Here.
Mr. Smith is absent. Ms. Adams?
Present.
Mr. Bowen?
Here.
Mr. Hewitt is absent. Ms. Hogarth?
Here.
Mr. Lucchini?
Here.
Mr. Nana?
Here.
Mr. Nikayla?
Here.
Mr. Phillips?
Here.
I believe Mr. Buffman is absent. Mr. Fiera?
Present.
Mr. Flores?
Here.
Okay, that's new. Let me welcome. Mr. Hall?
Present.
Mr. Sexton? I believe, no? Mr. Valenti?
No.
Mr. Wilford?
Here.
And for staff, I have Ms. Gahn and
I'm
Mr.
here too.
Oh, Mr. Ford, did I forget you? I'll put you on my list. I am so sorry. You're unforgettable. And is Ms. DeSisto here also today?
Ms. DeSisto is not. It is myself, Ms. Gahn, and Ms. Condon.
Is Mr. Brown online?
Mr. Brown is on the Polycom.
Okay, so, Madam Chair, Mr. Roudsep is absent, Mr. Smith is absent, Mr. Hewitt is absent, Mr. Buffman is absent, Mr. Fiera will be standing in for Mr. Hewitt, and also Mr. Sexton and Mr. Valenti are absent.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lucchini, you have.
Now I'd like to make a motion. I'm sorry. My phone. We have several agenda items that relate to financial items. I believe there's a CRM item. Ms. Hogarth has an item. And I would like to move all of those to the top of the agenda. Could you figurize that, please? I can't.
Is there a way to get it bigger, I think is the
Yeah, I
request.
can. Point of order, Madam Chair. When it comes to moving things, they have to come up and then each of them moved individually. For Roberts, you can't move things as a class.
Oh, okay, can I?
It's a motion to amend.
It's a motion to amend the agenda.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion to amend the agenda by moving, did you specify 3 items?
It might be easier to move the suspension item to the end.
That is what I was going to amend.
So under everything?
Yes,
Below, at the
to
very
make it
end?
the last item of business.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the agenda by moving the first motion with the motion to suspend to the end of the session here.
Second.
I'll second.
So after the motion related to the chair, okay. All right,
And
so
I
we
will
have
try
a
to make
motion
this
to amend the agenda by moving the first item to the last item. And it has been seconded. Any objection to making that
Objection.
change?
Yeah.
You object? Okay.
Is that big enough?
That's much better, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Can I speak to my objection
Yes, you may.
now?
Go ahead.
Mr. Lucchini speaks first.
Yeah, that's right.
That's fine.
Mr. Lucchini made the motion, so let him speak to it.
I just think that we need to address these items. I think they'll be relatively quick, and I think it's appropriate to do that first.
I would like to poll the board to find out who is leaving before this meeting ends today. Mr. Natalia is leaving. Is anybody else leaving before the meeting ends? Okay.
All right. I lost my place. Okay, so anyone wish to speak to the matter of amending the agenda? Mr. Phillips.
I kind of went back and forth on this, but these are items that we can get out of the way before tensions run high. And so I tend to think that that might be a good idea, so we can actually get some business done before we get all bent out of shape about other things. That's it.
Ms. Adams, Ms. Harlow, I have you on the list.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I'm speaking for, if Ms. Harless is speaking against, it may be more appropriate.
Okay.
I'm speaking for.
She's speaking for us. Okay, so that, I kind of want to piggyback on that. We've heard during public comment this morning, it's clear that matters of business, the everyday business of the party, seem to be first and foremost in the minds of not only this board, but members as represented in the gallery. I would like to attend to that business of the party before we attend to anything else.
All right. Mr. Nana, were you speaking against or?
Against.
Okay, go ahead, please.
We've been talking about doing this, not talking about doing this, kicking the can down the road for a very long time. I would like to get it out of the way. be done with it. I think we should leave the agenda the way it is.
Ms. Harless?
We have a tradition where first notice gets first priority, and this was the last thing noticed. And also, I have items on the agenda, and I really don't know my fate after this motion. I would like to hear the items that I noticed before this, before it gets heard. And it is our custom to do things in the order in which they were noticed.
That is not my custom
Yes.
necessarily, but I
Just saying our
appreciate that.
past custom, and I know custom's not binding.
Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment to the agenda?
I'll call the question.
All right, question has been called. Any objection to calling the question? Hearing none, all in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. Thank you. All votes? All right, we'll move to a vote on the amendment of the agenda, moving the first item to the last item, being specifically the motion to suspend being the last item of the day. All in favor, raise your hand. All right, all opposed? All right, the motion passes. Thank you. Look at that, we did a thing this morning.
Madam Chair, I would like to move to suspend the rules to allow Mr. Nikala, if he wishes, Mr. Raudsep, if he wishes, and Mr. Smith, if he wishes, to participate electronically only in the item that's the last item of business, which is the suspension motion.
Point of order. I believe that is related to the last item on the agenda, and it would be best served within that agenda item discussing.
Your point is well taken. I would agree with that, so I will rule that out of order until later.
Okay, I'll raise it then.
All right, so our first order of business this morning is to fill the standing committee vacancies. We have 3 of them. We've got 20 minutes for this whole thing, so be thinking about that as we decide how to proceed. I believe that the nominations have been published on the list, so those should already be in place, and it's just a matter of balloting for those.
Madam Chair,
As long
point
as
of
Adam's-
information, I just wanted to add clarity. The Convention Oversight Committee has 2 vacancies. 2 LNC member vacancies.
Remind me who they are.
Yourself,
Yes.
because your seat vacated,
Yes.
and Mr. Sexton, who has resigned.
Ah, I was not aware of that. Okay, and when the nominations were open for that, we only had 1 spot, but we had multiple people.
We had 2 LNC members show interest in 1 spot.
Okay, so if we have enough people to fill both.
Right, and we may have more nominations today.
Okay, Ms.
but-
Harless?
I would like to move to amend the agenda to add also filling the LNC vacancy in the candidate support committee.
Second.
Second. Thank you, Ms. Sarles, that's what I was about to do.
And I believe there was some question yesterday as to who created that vacancy.
Mr.
Francis
Coburn.
Wentz.
I heard Francis Went, and then I also heard Tucker Coburn.
It was Mr. Coburn.
Not that that ultimately matters, but it's still just 1 vacancy.
Okay.
right?
I'll double check that as well.
All right, so we have a motion to amend the agenda by adding 2 committees to this, to this item where we fill any LNC vacancies.
Second.
All right, motion has been seconded. Any objection to adding those 2 committees to this item?
I'm sorry. Is it adding a seat to the convention oversight committee?
No. It's,
What's the other
well, it's
committee?
filling a vacancy on the convention oversight and filling a vacancy on the candidate support committee. All right, any objection to adding those things? Hearing none, we will add those to the agenda. I do not believe we have previously taken nominations for candidate support.
We have not. Move to open nominations for candidate support.
Second. Hang on just a second though. Are we adding these 2 to the end? Just moving them under the 3 that are already listed? In that case,
That-
candidate support would probably be last.
That was my motion, yes.
Okay. So the candidate support one would be last. Can we do that then? Okay, thank you. Want to make sure you're ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay. All right, so the first one on the agenda is the APRC. We have one vacancy on there. I don't have the nominees in front of me. Let me see if I can pull those up real quick.
I know some of them, but
It's on the list, I think is where we're gonna have to find it.
for the chair.
Yeah, I think that was
Chair.
the subject that you.
Okay, one moment. For APRC was Rich Bowen, Jared Hall, and Eric Rautzep.
Okay, so those are the three individuals that have previously been nominated for this. There is one vacancy. Mr. Monster.
I'm just gonna go ahead and, motion to conduct election by, ballots if we have no cards available. And, method would be plurality.
Second.
So just picking one.
Yeah, everybody pick one, top person gets it.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to fill this vacancy by plurality vote. There are three nominees. You're talking about from the nominees we have.
Yes, ma'am, so I guess that more appropriate would be to close nominations more formally, but yes.
A motion to close nominations and select from those three nominated and named there by plurality. And it was seconded. Any objection to that method?
I'd like to object to that. We have 3 or 4 people running for one spot. It's entirely possible we're gonna end up with somebody winning with 37% or whatever it is.
Let's cross that bridge when we get there.
Can we run it ranked choice?
Oh, yeah, you're gonna have fun doing that by hand.
Yeah.
Simplify it.
Yeah, let's.
Ranked
Why
choice
don't we
is
just-
simple.
If-
All right,
Why don't we just do
no
roll call
crosstalk,
and do it?
thank you. Are you moving to amend or no?
Yeah, I guess so.
Second.
You asked if there was objection to doing it that way. I
Yes.
would object, and I would like to see it done ranked choice, however that's done.
All right, we have a motion to amend the method by doing ranked choice instead of just simple plurality vote.
There was a second down here somewhere.
Yeah, that was me.
Dustin, okay, was seconded. Ms. Harlos?
This is just I don't know, it's a point of something. I can easily send out an OPA vote ballot that can calculate it to everyone. If you have your emails ready, I can easily do a ranked choice out to everybody. I would prefer rather than note cards.
I don't really care either way. Ranked choice is what I would prefer, just so we have a plurality winner, or an actual majority winner.
Okay, so the motion, we have an amendment to use ranked choice voting instead. We can decide if it's open voting. Any objection to the amendment?
Objection.
Objection.
All right. Go ahead and speak.
So my thought on this would be that the secretary has already expressed it's much easier to do by hand. I think that the 17 minus 2 people here can cast votes pretty quickly. If there is the event where somebody winds up tying with somebody else, we can always do a runoff and do it just as quickly. I don't see the need to complicate. We've had issues with email ballots before where they don't arrive or there's a delay, and it's the easiest method, the simplest method is everybody write down one person, go from there, and if we have to do a second ballot, we do a second ballot in order to figure out the winner. So I'm against this, and in practice, we would still do ranked choice in a sense by running a second ballot. So I would urge voting against this amendment and for the original.
All right, so very quickly, ranked choice is actually really easy to hand tally. There's this big misconception out there that it's some giant Charlie Foxtrot. The only people that have trouble counting ranked choice are governments, which shouldn't be a big surprise because they also have trouble counting how much money they spend. So it is actually really easy. I would ask if there's concern about this, and especially with the hand tally, let's do this one ranked choice on paper, hand tally. And if you guys don't like it, then we go to the next ones, we'll do it a different way. But I can do it quick. I've been doing this for 12 years in Kentucky, and with bodies much larger than this, to hand tally ranked choice instantly. It's not hard.
Can we move to a vote?
I believe Aaron was first.
I believe I was also.
I thought I heard you
Okay.
way earlier, but that's okay.
Okay, I will actually take the time since I've been recognized. We're spending more time talking than we could be tallying.
I
Thank
think
you.
done
It just,
already.
I don't care.
Yep, that's what it's gonna say.
All right, so we have an amendment to use ranked choice voting instead of plurality.
question.
And it was seconded, and there was an objection, and now the question has been called. Any objection to calling the question? All questions?
Madam
All
Chair?
questions.
Just a point of order, it's improper to simply call the question. You need to be recognized. That's not a privileged motion.
I appreciate that, thank you. But there was nobody else
Yeah.
on deck anyway, so.
It's just we've been doing that, and I just,
The question has been called. Any objection to calling the question? All questions, correct? All right, hearing no objections, we move to a vote on all pending matters. The amendment to use ranked choice voting to choose from the 3 nominees to fill the 1 vacancy on the APRC. All in favor of that amendment, raise your hand. All opposed? All right, the motion fails.
Point of order.
Yes.
Would you please ask for abstentions, please, on that vote?
Okay, anyone abstaining from that vote expressly? 2. Yep. What's that?
abstention, you don't, I realize that some people like to have their
Yes.
abstentions on the records, but it's improper to call for abstentions.
Okay.
Okay.
I do
So
agree with
then I
that,
should
but-
just not vote, is what you're saying?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we are back to the main motion, which is to choose from these 3 individuals by ranked choice voting. I'm sorry, ranked choice voting passed, by plurality vote to fill the 1 vacancy on the APRC. All right, all in favor, raise your hand. All right, opposed? Okay, it passes. Let's do that.
So, is we have tellers or?
Yes. Do,
Alex, John, Jared?
yeah, Mr. Wilford, would you mind being a teller?
Mr. Hall.
Mr. Flores and Mr. Hall?
Mr. Flores and Mr. Hall.
Mr. Hall, if you don't mind.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ms.
That's true.
Thank you.
Would you be willing?
Oh, sure. That's fine. How many do you think we have?
With Mr. Flores, and I believe, and Ms.
Oh,
DeSenor too.
I asked Mr. Wilford, but,
Oh,
I was
the
like,
3 of them could do wonderful.
okay, there we go. Thank you, guys. Do you want them to pass those out?
Yes, please, because that way it keeps me.
Mr. Flores, wait. grab them.
Please print your name. The signatures have just been really nice, but I can't put them in the minutes because I don't
Would you
understand.
So
that.
only to voting members, that does make it a little confusing when we have alternates at the table, so if you're an alternate, just
And it was picked just
don't
one,
accept.
Madam Chair?
Pardon me?
Was it just pick one?
Yes, just pick one.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
when we write our names on the ballot, should we write them in any particular area? Yeah, that way there's no confusion about who's voting.
Madam Secretary, do you have a preference on that?
Yeah, put the candidate at the top and then your signature at the bottom. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could we get the list of nominees on the screen?
Of the names, the nominees
Oh,
on the screen.
they're right there.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're done?
Nobody's asked for it.
And if you could please put APRC at the top so that when these come
Yes,
home with
it would
me-
also be helpful if you put the committee that this is for. So APRC in this particular case.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilford, do you want to? So Mr. Flores is passing out the ballots. Mr. Wilford will be coming by to collect them.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Yes, as a reminder, you do sign your ballots.
Madam Chair,
You're allowed to look at it.
it has become
It's a public
obvious to
vote.
me as
It's not like it's a hidden vote.
sign it anyway.
Did you sign it?
it
Guys, I need to hear.
It has become obvious to me as the timekeeper that we will need more time on this, so I would move to extend time on committee, filling these committee vacancies for 30 minutes. For the body to be aware, we are currently at 12 and a half minutes, and we're on our first committee. There are 4 more committees to do.
You're saying we're 12 and a half minutes in?
We're 12 and a half minutes in on a 20-minute item, so I move to extend for 30 minutes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to extend for 30 minutes, and it has been seconded to complete all of the, filling the vacancies for these 5 committees now. Any objection? No objection, we're extending for 30 minutes.
Correct.
Okay, so an additional 30 minutes, and you set the timer accordingly? Because it
yeah.
passed. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Yes.
Isn't it, I mean, it's 4 committees, but one having 2 vacancies, right?
Oh, yes, because convention oversight was already on. Yes, you're right.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
No, you're right. I misspoke. So just to be sure, guys, you should have probably 16 now. 16.
7. No,
I don't have, I still have mine.
one Radsep and Smith is
Oh, that's true. So
17 minus 3, 14 ballots.
14. If everyone voted. Did we vote? Did you vote?
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Dunlop, actually, tell him for each candidate, you have the ballot.
14. We have 14
Yep,
ballots.
that's correct.
That's it. And then write down the counts, whoever has the least. That's how it spreads their ballots back out. It's very quick. Super easy.
Are they required to be signed?
Yes.
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
my apologies. I didn't sign mine.
Madam Chair, do we already have nominees for the other committees?
We do, while we are waiting for the televers to complete that.
Which one would you like? Madam Chair?
Alternative
Make sure you-
voting.
Alternate voting committee, the nominees are Dustin Nana, John Wilford, Jared Hall, Laura Epke, and Alex Flores.
Oh, wait, actual sign?
Madam Chair, point of inquiry. Is there anyone else seeking to be nominated for this committee?
Madam Chair, I would withdraw my name from that.
We have withdrawal.
I have a question about this committee.
Yes.
And I put
Laura
withdraw,
Epke as
I'm gonna
withdrawn.
note it as.
Okay. Is that all of them?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Mullin?
As a point of inquiry, I believe this, it's two-parter. This is a ad hoc committee, right? This is one we created? Okay. Has this committee met? And then, actually, I lied, it's a three-parter. Is there enough time for this committee to do anything? We have 9 months.
I can tell you the members that we previously appointed are very eager. They
Okay.
email me
Okay.
constantly. I don't wanna say constantly, because that makes it sound like a
I'd
pass.
like this meeting.
Regularly.
That's fine, as long as it's,
It's
somebody
the
wants to do
alternative
it.
voting committee, not the convention voting committee. Those are two separate committees. This committee, I don't see being time limited by 9 months. The decisions and suggestions and information that could come out of this committee, I think, could continue and be ongoing and settle potentially earlier questions that we had here versus plurality. Okay.
Well, it's just that I think all the ad hocs go away.
I mean, ish.
I have this one in reverse.
They can.
They don't have to.
They don't have to. I don't think
Okay.
there's a requirement on it.
The chair makes the announcement. And then I'll take the ballots from you.
Sorry. Oh, that is the total with this last one?
No, that's what happens.
Okay, so, Mr. Hall receives 8 votes, Mr. Bowen 5, and Mr. Rodsett 2. So Jared Hall is added to the APRC.
Congratulations, Jared.
Point of inquiry, Madam Chair.
All right, hang on a second. So, at this point, we are on alternative voting committee. We had a question about it.
Yeah, I was just asking if it, typically speaking, an ad hoc committee is going to terminate at the end of the term of the body that created it. So there's 9 months till convention. We've created special rules on convention oversight and ballot access, which are standing committees within our policy manual to live on, but everything else terminates at convention. There's 9 months left. The committee's never met. I'm just asking, is there actual interest in doing this committee?
Which one?
Like,
Alternate
and it sounds like
voting.
Ms. Harlow is saying that the other members who have been appointed are wanting to do it, so I have no objection. I just want to make sure that we're actually, like, not just putting somebody in a committee that does nothing. That's all. So, it sounds like we're good.
We have the nominees on the screen for the alternative voting committee. This is 1 vacancy.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I just want to announce that I'll be withdrawing as a teller since I am on this ballot.
Okay, thank you.
Motion.
Mr. Longstreth?
Move to conduct the ballot on the alternative voting committee the same way we did the APRC.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to fill this vacancy on the alternative voting committee, choosing from the nominees listed minus Ms. Epke, who has withdrawn. And it was seconded. Any objection to that?
I'm going to ask point of inquiry on this. So, if somebody wins this race with 6 votes, they win.
Yes.
Okay. Even though there's 16 voters or 15, just making sure.
Point of order.
Yes.
And, I mean, the motion was to do it in the same method, and it's my understanding of Roberts that a plurality does not elect somebody's majority, so unless it's explicit in the motion, I wouldn't think it would. I missed
Call for a second round of voting.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my confusion as well. We talked about runoffs and then we talked about plurality, and I think there's some confusion in terminology. The body can elect to elect by plurality, but the standard rule, unless it's explicit, is majority. Only a majority elects.
So that's why I asked about the
Yeah,
plurality.
and I'm confused because I heard the word plurality before, then I heard runoff, and those two don't go together.
Mr. Longstreth?
The reason why both words were used before is because if 2 people received a plurality vote, say 2 people received 5 and they were both the winner, then there would be a runoff to determine who would receive true plurality.
Oh, so you're saying if it's tied?
If a tie, then you would have a runoff. Otherwise, plurality has always been my intention.
Okay, thank you.
So just to be, as a point of information, just to be clear, we are doing first past the post.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there an objection to the
Yeah.
method that we previously used?
I
Okay.
always object to first past the post.
Okay. Mr. Longstreth, do you need to speak further to your motion?
It just worked. Let's get through this.
We got 4 candidates instead of 3.
Ms. Adams?
This is a committee that our vice chair was just arguing we should potentially scrap. So I don't know that this is the hill to die on. Let's just do the vote.
I'm always going to argue against first past.
Ms. Harlan?
I tend to agree with Mr. Molman that we should be using majority no matter what the thing is, but I'm not going to object for the reason Ms. Adams said. But in general, I would encourage this body for future that we really don't do first past the post. But
Madam Chair, this is Mr. Brown.
Yes, Mr. Brown?
Just the vote required is majority vote. You could do it by plurality, but it would require suspending the rules. So if you suspend the rules by a 2/3 vote to select fill the slots by plurality, you can do that.
Objection.
I don't think so.
We didn't ask to hear.
He didn't make a motion, so.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. So, for clarification, you're not requiring a majority.
No, just a regular, simple plurality, like we're in first grade learning the basics of voting. Nothing complicated.
Okay, again, we're
Hold on.
sucking the,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, go right ahead.
The other handsome gentleman at the table. I have two questions. First, with the recent election, is Jared Hall still eligible? I don't know how many committees you're on right
I'm
now.
on two,
You're on two, okay.
including APRC. Yes, two.
Okay. And then second, once we decide how we're voting, I would like to hear at least 30 seconds from some of these candidates. They're brand new to the LNC and I don't know them that well.
If that's a motion, I'll second.
Well, that's typical to hear from candidates.
Mr. Haney?
Call the question. Oh, second. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did
That's
skip
fine.
you, Mr. Lucchini.
It's funny when you wanted, right?
The question has been called. Any objection to calling the question?
For information, was that calling the question on the amendment that was just made, or all pending questions?
Just immediate question.
The immediate question is,
To use this,
yes, whether or not we're gonna use this same method that we already did.
Okay, I thought there was a motion for speeches.
I was merely making sure we weren't going to go straight into.
It wasn't a motion, but. Okay. Any objection to calling the question on this? All right, let's proceed to a vote on using this method that we just used for this vote. All in favor, raise your hand. All right, opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Just if you would indulge me, Mr. Nana made a very funny point that we're using plurality to determine the alternative voting committee, which is opposed to plurality. It's just funny.
All right, so, Ms. Adams.
I would like to move that we now hear from these candidates,
Second.
and I would also like to be put on deck to speak for our candidates.
How much time would you like for each?
3 minutes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to hear from up to 3 minutes from each candidate. It has been seconded. Any objection? Hearing no objection, we'll hear from the candidates. 3 minutes each. How about in the order they appear? Well, Justin disappeared. Mr. Wilford, would you like to go?
Yes. Thank you, everybody, and thank you especially Ms. Adams for the nomination. I do have to say the secretary kind of stole my thunder a little bit because I was planning on pointing out that exact fact that we are using for first past the post on this. However, alternative voting methods has been something that's been very important to me and I've worked with in my own state for quite a while. In Texas, we prefer approval voting. And there's a lot of nuance to different ways to do approval voting, and that is something I have been involved with since way back when Mr. Dixon was chair, and me and him were arguing over whether NOTA could be considered with other candidates or whether checking NOTA was going to eliminate all other options for you. It's something I'm well researched on, and you know, I don't have a whole lot of, you know, this isn't a feather in my hat, it's just something I'm passionate about and want to continue to work on. So that is the reason I want your vote, and thank you.
Mr. Hall?
Hi. So I want to be on the committee simply because in Indiana, numerous members of our SCC are involved with an organization called Better Indiana that is literally about ranked choice voting and other voting methods. I am one of those members, and it's something that I think we need to be able to be part of leading the country and not just on, you know, the back end saying yes. So that's all I have to say.
Mr. Flores?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Lucchini, for the nomination.
I'll keep it short because I feel like people want to move on. I'm grateful for the nomination, and if I am elected to serve on this committee, I will do so with my to the fullest of my capabilities. Thanks.
And
I'm trying to find him.
He's in the restroom. He's walking back right now. I can see him.
Okay, now stop calling.
I'll pivot. You're up. I'm here. Up.
Mr.
Time for
Nana,
speech.
I'd love to hear from you, please. Up to 3 minutes.
Up to 3 minutes?
No one else.
I will not take nearly that long.
No.
Sorry, y'all, I had to use the restroom. I'm pretty passionate about alternative voting methods, as you could tell from the fact that I was on board with doing ranked choice for the previous committee. I've talked to quite a few organizations in my own state, attended quite a few of their meetings, specifically about ranked choice voting. But basically, I think anything other than first past the post is better than first past the post. So, I'm very interested in sitting on this committee and getting to work and figuring out how we can change that around the country. I think far too many elections are elected first past the post, and it would be more advantageous for us, in my opinion, if they weren't. So.
That's everyone, right? Okay. So we have now heard from all the candidates. We proceed to a vote.
Tellers?
Yes, the tellers and
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Wolford's not participating this time.
I believe my motion also requested for me to speak.
Yes, you're right. I apologize for that. Ms. Adams.
Yeah, so I just wanted to speak in favor of John Wolford. I know that John is new to many of you on the board. John is not new to me in our region. When I was really first getting super active in the party, John was the chair in Texas, who was always a phone call away with questions about alternate voting methods. He has done extensive research into this, is very, very well read and well versed, and has practically applied many of these different methods during his tenure as chair in Texas, just to kind of try them out, right? So he has some trial and error background there. So I'd encourage everybody to vote for John Wolford.
So. Anyone else wishing to speak at this time for or against any of the candidates? All right. Ballots are out.
Point of inquiry, we're just voting, how many are we voting for?
Just one.
Okay, thank you.
Alternative voting committee. Yes, so please put the committee name, your candidate choice, and then sign your name. Ms. Harlow, as a reminder, did request that instead of using your maybe your normal signature, which might be illegible, to print your name, and that will help.
It always entertains me. It's like, mine. Right, and here's mine, wow, And the thing is, it was just runoff, I chose the rank choice, everybody's good.
Kids voting twice.
Exactly. Yeah, this is me and Chris. You're sharing us, Karen.
Some Dominion shenanigans are in there.
How much did you pay Chris to take us out?
Mr. Ferrera?
I have a point of information, I think. If the committee so chose, could they rename themselves, or is that something that we have to do? If they wanted to call themselves the Advanced Voting Committee versus Alternate Voting Committee, could they do
I
that?
learned that the other day too. I don't know the answer to that question.
I shouldn't say we have to rename it, 'cause it's crazy.
Rename it, AKA.
Which we could do by an email ballot, by the way.
Yeah, like, if
Or
they
with
wanna name
new
themselves.
business without previous notice, possibly?
We could also do that.
All right. Or if we're waiting for tellers, maybe we could suspend the
That's
rules.
true.
Committee, can we go to the next one?
Yeah, let's go straight to the
I think the committee can
Technically,
make
it's
a
code
request
for
to the office to rename
Still,
it.
I would be busy and not be able to pass out.
But it's gonna take us a while to talk about the nominees first.
Did you have something?
I just had a point of inquiry. Any committee.
We have order, please.
Help me out. Any committee can always come to the LNC and make any request they would like, right? From changing their name to changing their composition or structure. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have 15, is that the correct number?
Yes, and you need, Mr. Flores, would you mind helping with the, oh no, you're a candidate too, so we needed another teller.
Sorry, I should have mentioned.
Well, I have Omar next to me.
Let Omar do it.
Oh, you're go- okay.
Sorry, what?
Omar's fine.
Oh, okay.
I just came up with this one.
Yes, there should be 15. Mr. Longstreth?
Yeah, point of information, Madam Chair. I just opened up the leave list. We know Stephen has told us that he has to leave early. Earlier, nobody indicated otherwise. I see Ms. Harless is set to leave at 1:30. Is that accurate, and is there anybody else that does need to leave?
Mr. Longstreth, that is accurate.
That is accurate? Okay, and is there, do you know of anybody else, Madam Chair, that does need to leave at a time certain?
I don't know.
I mean, it's probably irrelevant, but we do need to leave probably ideally by like 3, so I can get back to Ohio.
And really the latest there's 4.
Yeah, so that's why I said 3.
Yeah.
I'm leaving at 2.
Okay, just trying to get a better feel. Thank you, members.
Madam Chair, point of information, just for clarity. How many ballots should I call?
15.
15? What was the difference between the last vote and this vote? Because we've gone from 14 to 15.
No, I voted, I just didn't have it at the time.
Okay, thank you.
So there were 15 each time. Mr. Hagan?
Can we go and get the names for the next committee
We
up there
could,
while we're
yes,
waiting?
thank you.
And
Ms.
speeches.
Carlos, Convention Oversight Committee is next. Can we have the nominees for?
Are we opening nominations for the second seat again, or are we just rolling with it? Because it's only 2, right?
That's
And then
up to
we're done.
y'all.
Right. Well, I would.
Yes, there are 2 spots. I don't remember how many.
There's two people who
nominees.
indicated interest, and we have
Let's-
2 open spots.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Nana?
I was gonna say, this isn't a motion, but I would ask that we just don't and let these 2 people fill the vacancies, and then we're done.
Ms. Adams?
I was going to say the same thing. Get out of my head.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Who are the nominees? Before I
Madam Chair, I
put 2
move.
people on. Who are
There's
they?
Susan Hogarth and Rich Bowen.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move that we name Susan Hogarth and Rich Bowen respectively to the 2 open LNC seats on the Convention Oversight Committee without accepting other nominations.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion to add Susan Hogarth and Rich Bowen, who were the only nominees thus far, to the 2 vacancies on the COC. Are there any objections to this? Thank you. Hearing no objections, that is done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now I'm not.
All right, the results for the Alternative Voting Committee,
Because I'll take
which we
it.
will,
I know.
in parentheses, Advanced Voting Committee. 3 votes for Mr. Nana, 10 votes for Mr. Wilford, 1 vote for Mr. Flores, and 1 vote for Noda. So, Mr. Wilford, you have another job.
Yes, ma'am.
We only have 1 more.
Never.
I guess we missed
Yes?
Point of information, are the members of the Alternative Voting Committee mostly here?
No, they're mostly not LNC
Then
members.
never mind.
It's just 1 required LNC member.
All right, so the next thing on the agenda is filling the vacancy on the Candidate Support Committee,
I think 10.
which we previously did not take nominations for. So at this time, we don't have anyone.
I'd like to move to open nominations.
Second.
All right, any objection to opening nominations for this? Probably not. All right. Any nominations to fill the 1 LNC vacancy on the Candidate Support Committee? Ms. Sarwark.
I would like to nominate Mr. Ferrera.
Mr. Nana?
It's not a nomination. Could I suggest that we leave this open longer than this meeting and kick this to the email? Because we just learned about this vacancy yesterday. It's kind of not fair to folks who aren't in this room.
Point of information, that was on the email list on July 23rd. So we've known about it since July 23rd.
Well, okay, but then maybe I'm confused. I'm talking about the one that we just discovered yesterday had a vacancy.
No,
It wasn't noted, but it was on the list.
There was a list, an email to the chair, it wasn't noted on there, but it has been noted on the list as Ms. Sarwark said.
Okay, fair enough. Point taken. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips?
Does anybody want to serve on this committee? That's, before I start, I mean, I don't have any particular nominations because nobody's expressed interest to me
Right.
that they want to serve on this committee.
I believe a Mr. Fiera wants to serve on it.
He's been nominated,
I
so.
still haven't accepted that.
I'm still thinking.
Okay, then
I would like to pause before
I double nominate Mr. Fiera.
then I would nominate Mr. Hall because Mr. Hall indicated yes.
I would like to nominate Ms. Sarwark. Sorry. I can't. Oh, you have. I have too many committees. Thank you.
Ms. Adams?
I would like to nominate Mr. Wilford.
Wasn't a favor.
Mr. Wilford?
Yes.
I'll accept.
You'd be good here, John.
Uh,
If Alex Flores would accept, I would like to nominate Alex Flores.
He would also be.
Madam Chair. I'm going to turn down the nomination because Jeffrey Hewitt is already on this committee, and I don't think we should have two people from Region 4 on the committee.
All right, Mr. Ferrera has declined the nomination. Did you accept, Mr. Hall?
Yes.
So I have Hall, Wilford, and Flores at this time. Any other nominations?
I move to close nominations.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close nominations. Any objection to closing nominations? All right, nominations are closed. How would you like to do this?
Point of information.
Yes, Mr. Mullin?
I'd like to know how many committees each person is on right now.
Of these individuals?
Those individuals.
Mr. Flores?
I'm on no committees currently.
Mr.
I'm
Wilford?
now on 2 committees.
2.
Which are?
I am on the alternative voting committee and the affiliates board
Oh,
committee.
got it, okay. And Mr. Hall?
2.
Which two?
Awards and now APRC.
Awards.
Awards and increasing.
Okay.
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
How do you want to do it? Mr. Phillips?
I find Mr. Molman persuasive on the majority vote, and so I would like to move that we vote we have runoff voting until we achieve a majority, because I don't like ranked choice voting. I'm open to alternatives, but I made the motion. Nobody seconded it yet.
A second.
So, to clarify, not what we just did. What is he asking for, Ken?
He's asking for multiple rounds to reach
If
majority.
If necessary.
Right.
If necessary, to reach
So
the majority.
it's traditional runoff voting.
Yep.
It is not instant runoff or ranked choice, it's runoff voting. If nobody achieves the majority in the first round, we drop the lowest. and
So
we
the
do another
difference
ballot.
here is you're still choosing one, but the difference here is that now it requires a majority.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay,
And if no majority is received, the lowest drops off, we do it again.
got it. And it was seconded.
Yep.
Any objection to that method?
Yes.
Mr. Lucci?
Okay. I know my fellow person. I suggest, I would like to do a substitution amendment, that we actually do ranked choice voting, and we'll time it and see how long it takes compared to what we did before. And if it takes super long, then we'll never do it again.
Second.
Objection.
Can I help you with the tally? So, you're a voting member.
So we have,
The substitute motion, right?
yes, we have a substitute motion, essentially. A motion to amend by substitution to use ranked choice voting instead of what Mr. Phillips did.
And time it. I would like to see how long it takes.
Oh, and time it. I didn't hear a second.
Mr. Hagan seconded it.
Oh, okay, and it was seconded. Any objection to that
Yes.
amendment? Do you feel that you've spoken?
I'm completely done.
Okay, Ms. Harlow?
I love ranked choice, but I think we need to plan ahead of time. We pull tellers out of the air that have no training, and Mr. Molman, as a voting member at the table, can't be a teller. It's just not ripe to do that now, because we haven't trained people on it. I love ranked choice, I'd like to do it at everything, but I'd like to train tellers ahead of time.
Ms. Adams?
I believe I want to speak in favor of this and push back a little bit, even though I respect what our secretary is saying and don't fully disagree, but we did just name Mr. Wilford to the alternative voting committee, and he does have extensive experience in this voting method, and I have full faith that he would be able to supervise.
He's nominated then.
He's nominated.
Yeah, he's a candidate.
He could still train them before they count.
Well,
I mean, that's-
it seems,
Mr. Ferrero?
Our votes are open. We vote in the open.
So it doesn't matter.
It is possible for us to actually do ranked choice voting with the tellers in front of us, moving around with the pieces of paper.
Yeah.
And it can be educational for all of us.
Yep.
That'll work.
Let's do it.
Mr. Nana, do you still want to speak?
Quickly, we have end times that are coming up early for people. Can we please do this next meeting?
Mr. Wilford?
I was just gonna suggest, back to the point of all the voting is done in the open, we could literally skip the paper and do it with show of hands. The ballots aren't concealing anything here.
Yeah,
Right.
let's do it.
Let's do it.
We have an amendment right now, which is to use ranked choice voting and time it. It got seconded.
We're gonna kill him.
We had objection to that amendment. We are now in debate on that amendment. Ms. Adams?
I like to call out questions.
All questions have been called. Any objection to calling all questions? Hearing none, we proceed to a vote. The motion on the floor is an amendment to use ranked choice voting to fill the vacancy on candidate support committee from the nominees that are on the screen. All in favor?
Did the motion to end debate pass?
Oh, that's a good question. All in favor of ending debate and moving to a vote on the amendment at this time? All opposed? Yes, it did pass. So now for the amendment itself, to use ranked choice voting instead of what we were using. 6, 7, I see 7. Okay, opposed? It passed. Right, so we're gonna use ranked choice voting to choose from those 3 candidates to fill one vacancy.
That's substituted.
Oh, you're right. The main motion, to use ranked choice voting to fill the vacancy on the candidate support committee from those 3 nominees. All in favor, raise your hand.
Now we're ending nominations, basically.
Right.
Yes. Opposed? It passes. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Who are the tellers?
I mean, so.
Liz, you wanna pass them out? Yeah. Thank you.
Madam Chair. The fastest way to tally ranked choice is to have an N+1 number of tellers. So if you have 3 candidates, you use 4 tellers. You have
Well,
one
Noda
person
is
that's
a
in charge
candidate,
of
so should
handing
we
out
have
ballots
5?
to one person, who is the person that tallies that one voter, that one choice's vote, right? So let's say that, in this case, you're in charge of tallying all the votes for Mr. Flores, right? Every vote that Mr. Flores gets handed to you physically. All you have to do is be able to count and have a memory longer than a goldfish. You literally, that is the qualification of teller
Madam Chair,
in
point
this
of
case.
information.
So it's very
We
easy.
settled on ranked choice voting, we did not settle on paper ballots. Is there any reason we cannot use the suggestion of Mr. Wilford and do it live in front of everybody by a show of hands?
No, we cannot.
Can't do ranked choice.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, I think it's impossible.
Our ballots require, I can't count names, it'll be a lot longer for me to have to record all the names on
Okay.
each round.
Thank you.
So we're ranking all candidates, does note invalidated ballot, what's our rules?
This is candidate support committee.
You had to go there.
This is the problem with RCV to me.
Yeah, I would like a ruling on that as well.
The main thing is, be sure to write a number next to
Noda-
it, 1 being your favorite.
Right.
Madam Chair?
So,
I'd
to
like a
clarify,
ruling on that question.
1 is the highest rank, so make sure you number them.
Can we have a ruling on Mr. Longstreth's question?
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, so my question is where are the rules falling as far as NOTA? Does NOTA invalidate a ballot, or is it where are we going with this?
Well, my opinion is no to invalidates ballot.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
That's the
I-
ruling of the chair,
I
right?
agree.
Madam Chair.
That's not a ranked choice vote, of course, but it's not worth the time.
I'm done.
1 through 3.
I believe the last time we did it the other way, we had to choose. We had to suspend the rules.
Well, the last time we did it was because the motion specifically said
Right.
OPA vote standard method, so we just went with the OPA vote rules specifically,
I see.
because it said that in the motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have to run, so I already placed my ballot, and I'm gonna get out of here, and good luck with ranked choice voting.
Thank you.
Mr.
You're not gonna stay for the lesson?
If the suspension passes, I'll send you an email
Okay.
with the link.
Okay, fantastic, thank you.
Stephen,
Safe travels.
congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, safe travels.
Point of information, or point of inquiry or something. Question.
Yes.
Would the body object if I help do the telling?
No.
So, as far as just showing, I need 3 people.
Showing.
Are we still?
I'm not gonna actually touch anything. I just wanna show the fast way to tally rank choice to the
Okay.
tellers. So
I have no objection.
I need 4 people total.
Madam Chair, can I ask if there are volunteers in the gallery who may be willing
Are you
to
talking to how long
participate
it
as
takes
tellers?
for us to rank choice vote? Yeah.
No, but I'm happy
Yes.
to.
You are.
Yes, I am.
Is there anyone, how many more do we need?
I need 4 people to tally.
So you've got 2.
Mr. Seebeck is familiar with
Yes.
being a teller.
Are you willing?
Mr. Seebeck just got voted.
Ms. Gilson's
Yes, I
Ohio
got,
is
so
willing as
now you
well.
got 4 with Mr. Seaback.
Hi, I'm Joe Stalin. Nice to meet you.
Yes, Mike Seebeck, and then Ms. Gilson.
Got it?
All right, so this is the easy way to do this, guys, very quick.
And I still have a ballot, by the way.
Right? So, all right, so you're gonna be Flores, you're gonna be Hall. you're
Well, I
gonna
was
be
looking at
Should I
that.
come over here?
There's a sucker.
And then you're gonna hand them out. So all you have to do is, as you receive a ballot, add 1 in your head, so it's 0, right? First, second, third. All you need to know is how many there are.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yes, Madam Chair, time has elapsed on this item. I move to extend for 5 minutes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to extend for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, can I just
And seconded, any objections to extending for 5 minutes? Hopefully that's all we need to get this vote done.
So wouldn't it be
doing it
easier
now.
to just recess for later?
No objections?
We're still in the agenda item.
All right, we're extended for 5 minutes.
Now, Madam Chair,
Yes.
could we stand at ease while the votes are being tabulated?
Is that what you wanted?
Yes.
Yes.
I need to pee.
Me
Yes.
too.
We'll be at ease for 5 minutes. Thank you.
You saw me roll up.
Policy disconnecting react because we're the LNC.
We need to come back to order.
Mr. Wilford, Ms. Adams said if you would sit in her spot until she returns.
Yes.
No, I'm just pitching.
No, you're not just busy.
I mean, I would.
Can I use the computer while I'm there?
You have to drink your Dr. Pepper.
You're all just looking at you going.
All right. I have the results of the candidate support committee vote. Mr. Flores 10, Mr. Wilford 3, Mr. Hall 1, Noda 1. Mr. Flores, congratulations. He's my Someone let him know when he comes back in. Sure, he'll be thrilled.
Information.
Yes, Mr. Hayes.
So, how long did that take? I understand.
Oh,
about 2
yes.
minutes?
So the votes were tallied in 2 minutes for the record.
Only because there wasn't a second round. Seriously.
There's that.
So it's totally doable. Now we
That
know.
was bad, that's what, another half a minute?
Maybe, but this is a lower scale.
All right, so the next item on the agenda is Mr. Mullins, and he's not in the room.
There's a whole group coming in, Madam Chair, if you wait,
Okay.
not 5 seconds.
Mr. Flores, congratulations. You are on the candidate. And Mr. Mullman, you're up.
Oh, golly, sorry. All right, so, I sent around a motion a while ago, or 3 motions, as part of a report. I'm gonna pull that report up right now, so I can read from it. I'm gonna give you the highlights because we're under the gun. We are now at 28 states fully on board, 5 in progress. We lost 1. New Hampshire, I'm sure no one is surprised to hear, has left the system. We are working on enhancing the system. One of the big ones is we just got, I took a long time because I was temporarily delayed with some other chair duties. But we now have an importer that brings SOS data in very, very quickly, and we're continuing to improve that process and make that an automatic thing. It's a matter of making staff more efficient. Andy Burns, for those that don't know, when we had to do imports, would spend literally all week importing one state because he had to do it 1,000 records at a time, 15 minutes per 1,000 records. It took forever. We now have a program that will work for Secretary of State stuff that works really, really fast. It's going to be, continue to be, more functions will be added, but we're now in the range of about 96,000 records an hour, which is a hell of a lot faster than 4,000. And it's automatic, you just set it and run, no staff time. Bonus. There was a rumor that certain people had been downloading information out of the CRM, and that is, we went through the logs, did not happen. In fact, the only person who's downloaded their entire state database is the political director of Kentucky, which I yelled at him about last night. And he's actually not from that caucus at all. So, yep.
Point of order.
Yes,
Do we-
Mr. Hagan.
Can we get which motion we're actually?
I'm putting them up on the screen.
So
That's
we-
why I
Mr.
pulled the
Mullin,
plug
can
for a second.
Make
So
the
I
actual
can.
motion and then we can go to debate.
Oh, sorry, no, I was giving a, so
there's a
Since there's
report
three, I don't know which
and a
one.
motion, so you're still in the report part?
I'm in the report part.
Okay.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. So that was that part, the new import process. Right now, the main issue with the CRM is that the system, when we designed it, we had about 10 states, 10, 15 states in, and we tried to make a guess on how many resources we would need going forward based on what we had. CPU, storage, we're fine. We're running short on memory, and there is a motion that comes with this, but the main thing is, we have the budget to do this year, but I wanted to make sure that the LNC understood going forward that this, if we do this, it's going to be an annual recurring cost that is a commitment to do it. So that's why I wanted to bring that forward to this committee. So we have it, we don't have to change the budget this year, but going forward, we would have to do it going forward. You want to interrupt me now?
No, I'm waiting. I just want to be first in line.
You're on the
Okay.
list.
Okay, video.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Going down the report, continuing. One of the interesting things, because we do this, we can actually find lots of really interesting information. There were actually, I think it came out to 8,600 and change state party members that are not members of national. That's within 28 states, right? There are also 1,200 people who went to state conventions last year that are not members of national. These are low-hanging fruit. We should absolutely be working to recruit these folks. They'll be, in theory, the easiest members we'll get. All right, New Hampshire fallout. The real quick summary of the New Hampshire fallout is that there was a lot of people upset about it, understandable. People were saying that the CRM, was, that it would have been better if they hadn't been on the CRM. I just want to put out there that if this had been a situation where Nation Builder or some third party had been the point of contact, the vendor in use, it could have taken months to get stuff back. It may have required lawsuits to get stuff back. By having it at national, when we recognize the affiliate, whoever that is, we can guarantee the transition. We've had instances in the past where a former chair had the keys, got mad because they didn't get reelected, and then it took months to get back into the site. At national, because we have the keys, we can come in the back door, take and give it to the duly elected folks. So I understand there was a lot of anger about the whole situation, but of the things, this was the one that once we got our side settled, was very quick. It took us, I think Tyler, we had it solved that night. We gave access back, and then it took a couple of days to get all the things that had been changed, unchanged. But that's, just kind of want to make sure that that's understood. In the wake of that, a number of states have put onboarding on hold. They've asked us to create some sort of memorandum of understanding or a contract or something like that. That is attached as a motion. And then there is also a policy manual amendment that goes along with that has been proposed and attached as well. And so I'm open to questions on the CRM, but as part of the report, there are 3 motions that I'm making out of the report. And they are listed.
You want to go to the first one?
But I figured that if people have questions about the report itself, that would be first. Is that right?
I have Mr. Lucchini and Ms. Adams, Mr. Wilford, Mr. Ford.
Okay. Briefly, I spoke with Ken on this and encouraged him to man up and ask for money. I'm sorry, I believe I'm the only regional rep that's actually gotten into the CRM and tried to do regional stuff. Please allocate this money for the memory. I am personally taking some time off in October, and I'm going to try to work on some of the software issues here. But let's not even debate this. Let's just approve the money. Thank you.
Ms. Adams?
Mr. Woolman, I have 3 questions really quickly, or as quickly as possible. You're talking about a new import process specifically designed to pull from Secretary of State. What about the states that do not utilize a Secretary of State? And there are several. So that would be my first question. My second question, while I fully support additional resources for the CRM project and fought for them at the December budget meeting, I'm frustrated and looking for understanding about why, when some of us were pushing for those resources in December, you did not, and you are now asking for them. So I'd like to know what the difference is and what has changed for you since December to now. That would be a big one. I would also like some clarity, specifically because of the situation we just went through. I do think that a lot of our members and our affiliate members believe that our CRM works very similarly to Nation Builder, and we're under the belief that during the current situation that data had been taken and that was not the case. That was rumor and was absolutely not factual. So I would like you to explain what the differences specifically are there.
Okay. In the non-SOS states, that's an easy one. The importer was built because most of the states were dealing with our SOS states. That's phase 1. We are going to continue to extend that. I'd actually written some hack stuff for L2 data. That's going to be incorporated into the new process, so it's a longer-term solution. And with the eventual goal that as long as we have a pre-processing script written for whatever scenario, that's going to be the next phase of all this, is each state gets their pre-processor. It feeds into the main importer, and the main importer is generic, right? So we'll pre-process the data, and then it'll go in. So it will work for everybody, and that is the goal. We want fast imports. Why did I not ask before? This committee in the past has been kind of lukewarm on giving resources to this project, and so it's been more of a what I think I can get. And we are reaching, this is a scenario where we're reaching a limit, where we're going to start seeing some serious problems if we don't do this. Listen, I have a dream list, and Mr. Lucchini and I talked about this. We can do some really cool stuff. If y'all want to give me like 15 grand, I can do some really cool stuff. I just figure it's easier to ask you for $200. So I mean, it's really, honestly, that's what it is that it's all a matter of what I think I could get. I'm happy to, whatever y'all want to throw at it, we can always make it better. I mean, that's a thing. It's IT. And then as far as the data taken, no, we could find no evidence of data being taken anywhere. We talked about this yesterday a little bit, that no credit card information was stolen, that member data, as far as we can tell. I mean, obviously, if somebody went into the front end of the website, they didn't export the data out, but they went in and manually took each individual record, we wouldn't be able to see that, not easily. But there was no mass exporting of data. So that's something that we do keep track of, and we do combine with the NDA and a couple of other security things that I won't mention because that kind of ruins them as the security things. We do try to do everything we can to protect data. We take that very, very seriously. We have a moral and ethical duty to do so.
Mr. Wilbur? Oh, did you get your question, Ben?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Wilbur.
Yeah, so gut feeling on this immediately is that this is going to be a good investment. This is a good use of our money and our resources. But it's not nothing. It's not a zero amount. I don't think it's a huge amount. But I would like to hear you expound more on what the reality, because maintenance is never sexy. Like, that's never the thing that you know, we're by the fire extinguisher. Like, nobody's like, you know, that's the big thing we need to spend on. So what is the cost and what are our realities? If this motion fails today, what does that then mean for us moving forward?
So what it means is that the system will continue to inherently get slower because I'm going to have to steal RAM from the front end to keep the back end alive. We are sitting at, with the total system RAM is about 144, it is 144 gigs. We have multiple virtual machines built that do the different pieces. So we have the front end, the back end. Where we're at right now, the front end is fine. The back end is screaming constantly that it needs more RAM. I can probably shift a little tiny bit over and make it scream a little less. But at this point, and I showed Mr. Lucchini the logs of it, it literally says, I need more RAM. I'm running dangerously high on RAM. So it's a what we're asking for is $2,100 annually. That solves the immediate problem.
Mr. Ford?
When I ask questions like this, it's not meant to attack the nature of the project, or certainly impugn the incredible efforts people expend on behalf of it. But I believe firmly that a board's role is to question, to constantly question. So what I'd like to understand, maybe not in the guise of today's board meeting, but going forward, is the ongoing analysis of whether, as a political party, why we're in the software development business. And given the amazing array of third-party solutions, not just Nation Builder, but virtually anyone in the CRM space, of which there are literally thousands of companies, why, on so many different levels, as a small, frankly, cash-strapped political organization, we attempt to internally reinvent a wheel that's being, on large scales, being developed elsewhere. And I want to put that out as a semi-rhetorical question for today, but it's a conversation I think that's important to have, because there's so many things that we do as a small political party that are out of our core competency, and our core competency should be simply getting someone elected. So I just want to put that out there for the thought process of the body.
And I have an answer to that. You actually answered the first question with something you said later, cash-strapped party. To do what we're doing with Nation Builder would require national to have an account, states to have a sub-nation, all the counties to have a sub-nation. That adds up really, 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 really quick. We, I believe, got a quote from Nation Builder, what was that, the 2017 session, 2016, 2015, somewhere in there. I want to say it was a 6-digit number of some sort. I can't remember. It was a big number. And that was just for national. That didn't include the sub-nations for states. And I was like, wow, that's a lot of money. And so we did look at commercial products when we started all this. I mean, obviously, there are a handful of us that put a lot of time in, volunteer time, and it shouldn't be discounted.
Nor did I just mention.
Right. No. And I'm not saying you are. I mean, I'm just saying as far as adding up what the total cost is, there's a lot of volunteer time as well. But the truth of the matter is that we couldn't afford to build a 3-tier system with data sharing up and down any cheaper, or I mean, even within our budget. Like, to do that, to do what we're doing now would probably take our entire annual budget if we outsourced it.
And I just want to counter, I understand that, and I understand that's the current thinking. I just want to point out that if there's a theme of this meeting, besides some of the more controversial aspects, it should be understanding the real end opportunity costs associated with both paid staff time and volunteers. And as someone who is a veteran of multiple CRM implementations in an unrelated industry for which large companies exist, I just wonder if it's important occasionally we take a look at this and say, what's, just like the true cost of running a particular event, what's the true cost of actually implementing our own CRM system? So I'd like to just leave it at that. It's a conversation I think it's important, but probably should be held outside of the meeting.
Yeah, and it is a conversation I'm happy to have at any time. As noted, like I said, we find things like 8,600 people that aren't national members, that are state members. That's just one of the things.
Mr. Phillips?
Two things. The first is Mr. Lucchini mentioned he was the only regional that he thought had gotten on CRM. I was unaware that that was a possibility as a regional.
Yeah, ask, you'll have, and you shall receive.
So so let's discuss that second. Never mind on the second question. I think I can't figure out how to phrase it correctly, so I'll catch you later.
Yeah, talk to me later.
Carlos?
I'm going to preface by some words, and then I'll make a motion to amend it. Is your motion live yet?
I think we're discussing the report. I don't think that.
Okay, well, I'm just going to make a motion then that's going to be instead of yours. Each time the CRM comes up, it feels like it got relitigated. It gets relitigated and relitigated. This board's already committed to it. I wish we'd stop arguing about it. The next LNC, if they want to relitigate it, they can. And this is really, please, I don't mean any disrespect to anyone who had questions. It's just, I think once we commit to something, let's commit to it. I would like to move, instead of the motion that Mr. Mullen was going to make, to allot $15,000 as I wanted to do earlier this year, but I guess this is the right time, for what he wants, to get this done. I want to fully commit to what we said we're going to commit to, so I move to approve an additional cost of $15,000 to the CRM project.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Lucchini, I had you on the list next. Is it relevant?
Yeah, I would like to speak to your motion, so just so you understand, I'm gonna actually let Ken do this because he and I discussed the $15,000 and I want you guys to understand what we're doing here, so.
I don't speak geek, so I was just very.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we speak geek, so.
So, very long story short, and I'm gonna try not to make this too geeky. We would be building our own system. We would be owning our own hardware. We would be putting that into a data center that we would pay a monthly recurring cost that is lower than what we pay now, significantly, because we wouldn't be renting the hardware. There are upsides and downsides to any IT choice. I mean, that's just a thing. The upside is we'd have plenty of horsepower. The upside is we'd reduce our downtime. The downside is if a piece of hardware breaks, we'd have to buy it. That's the downside. So we have to buy a replacement.
Mr.
But-
Nana, I had you on the list. Is it appropriate now?
Sure, I was either gonna make the same motion she made, but I can speak to it as well, if that's in order. Similarly to what our secretary said, we just keep rehashing this. I just want to give them the money that they need to do what they need to do and stop talking about it.
An amendment?
Ms. Del Signore from the Information Services Committee has something to say. Is there any objection from the audience of hearing from her?
I'm gonna object it, just as a good business practice. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It was just a question.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
What was that, Ms. Allen?
I have an amendment.
Mr. Hall is next.
All right, so I love the CRM. I love using it, and I know I'm fortunate to be able to use it. I guess I'm questioning both the original motion that's listed in the report, and also our secretary's motion. That while I support giving the CRM money, do we have a line item in our budget for this right now? And if so, can that be presented to us?
So if I may answer that. The answer to that is no. That's why I actually, the motion as it was written, we don't have to change the budget this year, right? As I noted, we have a little bit extra because we've been a little frugal. We already had some stuff allocated. And then the ask, as part of that, would have been to put this into next year's budget, and all budgets going forward, the additional $2,100.
So my follow-up then with that, Mr. Owen, would be the $2,100 annually that you, it's in your report that you're wanting. Is it appropriate for us as a body right now to put something in here where you are asking for that amount thereafter every year? Is that appropriate for us as a body to do without, I guess, the prior consent of the next LNC?
Well, I mean, we're gonna make a budget in December for the next LNC too, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, but like you're also asking for this year, next year, the year after that.
Absolutely. I mean, we make commitments to future LNCs pretty regularly, actually, and I agree with you. It always makes me a little queasy to make decisions for people in the future, but
They could change it.
it is something that once you put it in, it's really hard to take it back out, right? Once you put RAM in a system, it's hard to pull it. So that is the reason and why I made the motion. Didn't just go say, yeah, Tyler, go spend that money because we have it.
So my only follow-up with this would then be whether we can be shown the budget where we are right now, if there's a line item spot for it. And then if Mr. Hayden has it or Tyler has it, that would be great.
There's a request to see the current budget line item for this.
Mr. Hagan, do you have the updated as amended as of yesterday?
Yes, I do. This would fall under administrative costs. And we did not adjust that one yesterday. And that's running $5,118 under budget. The budget for that is $325,237. And we spent $184,604 up to the end of July.
I don't know.
So it's 5,000.
Actually, no, not on that. The budget's like, that's not my round.
Administrative costs. And that's, so far it's 5,000 under budget.
So to be, as I was just discussing with the chair, since this is on that topic, I'm not the budget guy. I call up people and I'm like, hey, do we have money to do stuff? And they go get answers, and I was told yes. Right? That's not you guys and your gap accounting stuff.
Ms.
We do
Adams.
Yeah, so I have an amendment. I agree with Secretary Harlow. I'm tired of stair-stepping this funding for the CRM. Let's just fund the project so that the project can function like it needs to function without the CRM constantly having to come back to us and ask us for money. We should have funded this in December. It didn't happen. I want to see that be something of the past. The only thing I would amend, I hear Mr. Molman talking about hardware. In light of the recent events in our party, I would move to amend Ms. Harlow's motion to add the following wording: all equipment and hardware to be located at HQ. That way we know where it's at, we know it's secure, we don't have anybody coming in and absconding with anything. This equipment, if we're gonna spend this much money, belongs to the party, it belongs to the members, and it should be located in our building.
Second.
Can I?
We have the motion on the floor. Ms. Harlow, yours was seconded, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
The motion on the floor is to, where did it go? Yours isn't up there. Oh, there it is. They approve an additional $15,000 for the state CRM project. There is now an amendment that has been seconded, which adds to the end of it, all equipment and hardware to be located at LPHQ. It was seconded. Any objection to that amendment?
Point of information. I would like to ask the people who are actually going to be involved in implementing the system, what does that mean for you?
So Mr. Lucchini is pretty passionate over here, and I'd like him to answer because he works in IT as well.
Parent, I love you dearly. This is a horrible idea, okay? What I want is this equipment needs to be located at a hosting center that has uninterruptible power supplies, has surge protection. It's not going to be in somebody's house, okay? If you want to change this amendment to say it's going to be at an independent third party or headquarters, that's totally fine. I don't want it in somebody's bedroom. No offense to your data center in your home.
Hey, that is my lab.
I understand.
That's not that he's lab.
But honestly, I was in my office when lightning struck and I watched smoke come out of my equipment, and I have so much protection, it's not even funny, okay? Professional data centers know how to do this. Please amend this to.
Yeah,
and that is what I meant.
That's what I meant to say. What I don't want is this in somebody's bedroom.
Absolutely not. And I want to make sure that it's absolutely clear. I would not put the LP's production assets in my data closet, which is literally a closet in my basement.
Look,
I
dude,
would
it's
not
never
do that.
clear until we codify it.
There are people that
All
we
right.
have, but.
Thank you.
Sorry.
We have an amendment that has already been seconded. So, in order to get out of here,
As
we
Mr.
can amend this one more time.
Yeah.
So,
So it's appropriate for me to amend this?
it's not your turn. Mr. Longstreth.
Oh my gosh. So please keep me on the queue for the original motion, but.
Okay, well, I can just skip you then.
No. Just add me to the bottom or whatever. I'm going to go ahead and do this. So I'm going to move to amend the amendment to change the location. So instead of saying located at LPHQ, it'll be located at a secure server facility.
Professional data, yeah, that's Doesn't matter.
I assume that the terminology is basically
It's
the
close
same.
enough.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Interchangeable enough, okay. All right, so we have an amendment to the amendment, so
Seconded.
we're keeping LPHQ, but,
Yeah. To strike LPHQ and
Never
add
place, yeah.
oh, I see.
secure, I had the wording weird, and add.
Okay, so this, was this seconded?
Yeah.
Second.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the amendment. Instead of having the equipment housed at HQ, it will be at a secure server facility.
Ms. Harless.
Any
Word A.
objection to this amendment? Hearing no objection. The amendment has been amended. All right. So now the motion on the floor is to add $15,000 to the state CRM project with an amendment adding that all equipment and hardware be located at a secure server facility. That's where we are. And Mr. Phillips, you're next.
Okay, I was one of the ones that also argued for the money originally. I have two questions. The first is, because it's been a few months now, if we spend the $15,000, do we have a brief rundown of what we would get?
Yes.
And I will let you expound on that in a second. The second question was part of the discussion in the first meeting involved Ms. DeSisto having some preferences about services we use and things like that. Will that affect that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I apologize, I may have missed that part, 'cause I'm trying to think about what Mrs. DeSisto said, but
If you don't think so, that's close enough for me. That's
we tend not to interfere with Ms. DeSisto's operations, so.
Mr. Lucchini?
I would like to urge you all, I know some of you might actually have expertise in this area, but if you trust me at all, trust me and say, I would like you to call the question and would like you to go for this.
Call it.
Well,
You call it.
it's your turn. You have the
Call
floor.
the question.
It's your turn.
I'm calling the question?
Yeah.
Do it.
Do it.
Take the
Okay.
question
Is that
mark
a
off that
question?
and you do.
I'm calling the question, please.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Farrer.
I don't know if Mr. Phillips was satisfied with the word yes when he asked for a list of things from Mr. Molman.
Oh.
Yes, I did mean to come back to
So,
that.
and I can get into more details, obviously. But essentially, we're going to be looking at a clustered set of servers so that if a piece of hardware goes down, we come right back up. We're going to be redundant switches, so if a piece of hardware goes down, come right back up. The only thing that we're not going to be redundant probably is at the actual internet connection itself, but in actual data centers, amazingly, phone companies and that tend to do a better job of keeping their stuff running. So it's going to put us in the best position to stay online. We'll be redundant. It'll give us plenty of room to grow. Any sort of analysis, any of the other stuff that we want to do. I'll answer that in a second. The point is that it is going to be all redundant. So it's multiple servers, plenty of RAM, plenty of storage space. It actually does solve the problem. And Mr. Lucchini and I were looking at that last night. So.
Can I have a follow-up on that since we're
He
still?
called the question.
He did call the question.
The question has all questions?
All questions?
Whoa.
Second.
All questions.
All
I object.
questions.
There's only one question.
There's an amendment.
Yes.
We're still in the
Oh,
first
God,
amendment.
oh, yeah, you're right, sorry. Let me move that, I like
Madam
to set
Chair.
up.
All questions have been called. Is there objection to calling all questions?
Objection.
Mr. Longfield,
I have a point of information.
Can we?
okay, are you asking for information?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Is for the main motion, is that to take this 16 or 15,000 out of the current administrative costs budget, or keep the administrative costs budget the same? Do we increase by 15,000 or not?
Ms. Adams, it was your motion.
It was,
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Harlow.
well, but honestly, just like I don't speak geek, my husband will tell you I don't speak money very well either. I
Time.
just basically just threw money at it and kind of trusted the people who speak money to find out, because I honestly don't know where it's coming from, to be honest with you. I just said, he needed the money, and I just said give him the
I
money.
guess the question is this to adjust the budget or keep the budget the same?
I didn't mention the budget at all, so I had not the budget in mind.
Okay.
Time has expired on this item.
I'd like to move to extend time for 3 minutes.
Second.
After you call the question.
And I just overheard Mr. Moman say that he has 2 more motions after this.
He technically has 3 motions, then we got to his.
Well, that's true.
Well, this one passes. that
So
was the
I
first
heard a
one.
call for request or move to extend time for how long?
3 minutes.
30 minutes, isn't that what you meant?
Weren't we on
No, I
moving to
think he
end
meant
debate?
3, yes. But I want to, in debate, we haven't gotten there.
We were, but we ran out of time.
But that means you.
Well, that's
debate-
true. That means all questions are automatically called.
But, and that was
So-
already moved. You can't extend time in the middle of a.
Yes, so
Yeah.
all questions have been called. There was an objection to that. Time has expired, which means all questions are automatically called. So,
Now he can, yeah, I guess I am confused. I'm sorry.
okay, so we're gonna proceed to a vote on, the amendment.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Once we dispose of all these questions, would it then be in order for someone to extend time to deal with the
Yes.
other motions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, then I'm gonna call a point of order. And my point of order is on the main motion. In order to adjust and increase funding in any way, I mean, this is why I had my hand up in the first place, we have to have budget line increase here, adjustments made, so I would say that this motion, as it's written right now, even if the amendment passes, is an out-of-order motion and cannot be voted on without the budget.
So a motion to increase spending that neither specifies the use of the unobligated or pledged revenue, nor specifies an equivalent spending reduction is out of order, unless overruled by a 2/3 vote of the entire LNC.
Two-thirds vote. So it would take a 2/3. So I'm calling the point of order. There you are.
Well, we still have to vote on it, and it could pass with 2/3.
Okay.
So
That's what
the
I take.
amendment does not need 2/3.
Okay.
So at this time, we're voting on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. All opposed. The amendment passes. We're now voting on the main motion, which is to, I need to see the,
Oh, 1 second. It would add this language.
yeah, so that's now part of the main motion.
Yeah, it would go right there.
All right, so the main motion is up on the screen, move to approve an additional $15,000 for the state CRM project with all equipment and hardware to be located at a secure server facility. This is, in order for this to pass, it requires a 2/3 vote for the reasons that Mr. Longstreth specified. All in favor? Oh,
It should
Tim
be
just
roll
raised
call.
his hand.
okay. Yes,
Substantive.
we'll do that. Roll call.
Well, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
One moment.
Changes we
Thank
just
you,
did,
Mr. Long.
right? 55,000 surplus in the budget.
So, Madam Chair, as a point of information, and excuse my ignorance, I'm not trying to be argumentative at all. If this passes, which budget line is it coming out of, and does that cause us to have a deficit budget?
I don't have the answer to that.
No, it doesn't.
But for information,
Where? How?
is it possible to, I'd like to actually get, Richard, could we just amend this to specify a budget line? I believe we have a surplus.
Right now, you
Can
can.
we just do that and dispense with this?
Right now, we
Is that
can't.
what-
That's
Right
what I was
now,
going
we
to try to
can't.
ask to do,
Right now,
but
we
we ran
can't.
out of time.
I can't make that.
Procedurally, no.
Right.
No, you can't.
Immediately after this, you.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Yes, Ms.
Per
Adams.
our report yesterday, we have a $55,000 surplus.
Ms.
Doing
Beck.
this today is not gonna put us over budget, it's not gonna take the party. We have $55,000 sitting there that we can move around.
Right. We have a vote.
Okay,
Ms.
we ready?
Rose, proceed.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Bowen?
Yes.
Ms. Epke?
Yes.
Mr. Fiera?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes?
I will vote yes. Ms. Hogarth?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
I'm going to abstain.
Mr. Lucchini?
Yes.
Mr. Molman?
Yes.
Mr. Nana?
Yes.
He's not here. Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Ms. Sarwar?
Yes.
Madam Chair, it's 12 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
I will not vote. I'll actually, unless it's needed.
You, no, no, no.
That's 2/3.
Yeah, it's way more than 2/3.
So, that was done.
Alright. So do I need to extend time?
Mr. Ferrer is next on deck for that, but if
I
that's not
was
what.
gonna do the same.
Okay.
I would like to extend time by 3 minutes for us to fix what we just did wrong.
Second.
Wait, well, we don't, whatever.
It, just to list the budget items that we're taking it out of.
Do you have a motion?
May I suggest 15 minutes? Because we've got 2 other motions to deal with as well.
There's 2 other motions they can get done in 15
How many minutes did you suggest?
15.
When?
I'd be okay with 15 because we do have 2 other motions in the report that Mr. Holman was giving.
Okay.
All right, we have, was it seconded? We have a motion to extend time for 15 minutes to
Second.
continue. All right, it's been seconded. Any objection to extending time for 15 minutes to continue in this line item?
No.
All right, hearing no objection, we're extended for 15 minutes.
Motion.
I have Mr. Hagan was on deck from last time, but are you, you done?
Sure, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Okay.
I think this is probably what people wait for. Move to increase on the budget line item 40, administrative costs, just increase it by 15,000.
Second.
All right.
Give that to me again, please, Mr. Hagan.
Increase 40, administrative costs by 15,000.
Thank you.
And that will take
Second.
our surplus from 55,000 down to 40,000.
Correct.
Any objections to this amendment?
Motion.
Sorry, to this motion. Hearing no objections, motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, we still have,
Richard, we did
All right.
have a plan.
did you, Mr. Lundstrom, did you set the timer for the additional 15
I
minutes?
did. We're at 40 seconds right now.
Mr. Moment.
All right, I have 2 additional motions. They are tied together. One is a policy manual amendment that cleans up a little bit of the language about the NDA, because there's been some questions. The NDA currently is mentioned in 2 different sections, for states participating and for states not participating. I just moved it up to the summary where it applies to everything. And then there is, in the policy manual amendment, what we're being asked all over the place is what happens if this happens again, where there's a split, there's a undecided what to do about it. And in that scenario, I'm outlining that in the case of a split where there's a legitimate question as to who the recognized affiliate is, all CRM access is suspended for all persons in that state. Madam Secretary.
Yes, ma'am?
Can you?
Oh, excuse me.
That's all good. I don't care. You can call me Bob. Scroll down, please. That's what I'm looking for, right there. That language is the policy manual amendment. So rather than trying to read all that, because I will bungle the reading.
It's in the OneNote.
It is in the OneNote. It's there. The short version is, if there's a split, we suspend everybody. The LNC meets within 8 days to try to figure out who in the heck should have access, which is what we did last time, by the way, 8 days. And that whatever the LNC figures out, that's who gets access back. The idea behind this is that that's what we just did, and it's just setting the expectation going forward so states aren't in the state of what are we doing, the world is on fire. So.
Mr. Phillips?
I have a question about the phrasing.
Yeah.
Who determines legitimate, and do we have a?
We do. I mean, the LNC. Wait, which legitimate?
Well, I mean, if there is a legitimate question as
Oh.
to which groups of persons, that seems to be open to interpretation as it was last time, and so I'm concerned that there's not some kind of delineation on that.
I agree with you. I struggle with that. I've actually been asked that question. I don't have an answer.
I don't either.
I mean, I'm open to ideas.
When it says suspended for that person in that state,
Mhm.
is that truly what it means? So, for example, if there was a question in Texas, would our chair no longer have access to the CRM if they had a chair?
They would have access because their title as of, their role as chair. So what we're actually doing today is we create separate accounts based upon your role. So Mr. Lucchini, for instance, has 2 accounts. One for Chair of New Mexico, one for Region 1. And so as a result of that, if that were to occur in New Mexico, which would be hilariously ironic if it did, not so much for New Mexico, but his one account would get suspended, the other would not.
Okay, so it is not for all persons in that state, but rather all persons who have the role that's tied to that state.
Correct. Yeah. Sorry.
Is it important enough for us to make that delineation in this language?
I hope to God we never face this again. I'm just putting this here because the states are asking for it, man. I honestly hope we as a body never face this again, and definitely not in the next 9 months, but I hope never again.
I'll think about it if I want to make it.
Mr. Lucchini?
Can I just suggest something very simple, which is that you change the language and say, if there's a legitimate question as decided by the executive committee of the LNC, which I believe is 5 members, is that correct?
That's 7.
7, fine, whatever the number is, it's decided by the legitimate question as decided by the executive committee of the LNC, and then leave everything else the same.
A point of information.
This has not been seconded yet.
Oh.
So,
Yeah.
in theory, you
That's a
can
good
do what
point.
you want with
So,
it now.
yeah, that's a very good point. Because this is
Madam
all just
Chair?
part of the report. So, I'm amenable to that, if that it makes people happy.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Harlow, you're next on the list.
Well, I have kind of a point of order, point of personal privilege. It seems like we're workshopping this here, and just quite honestly, there's an item of important business that I wish we really just wouldn't do, to be honest with you. But people are now starting to fall off, and it's really not fair to me. So if we're gonna do this suspension thing, can we do it? Or, as I prefer, not to? But one way or another, because my life has been a living hell, and I'd like to get it over with in this workshopping motion as I see people leaving. I'm gonna have a nervous breakdown here.
How much time do we have left on this item?
There are 8.5 minutes remaining for CRM.
There were 8.5 minutes left on the CRM discussion. So what I'm hearing is that the questions that are being asked right now are not related to a motion. They are asking you questions that are eventually helping to clarify what it is that you want in this policy.
Right.
That is part of the business that's on the agenda, and that was the agenda that you guys made this morning. So,
All right, so what I'm hearing from the body, very good.
Mr. Lucchini, did you get your question answered?
Yes, okay, well, I'll make one additional suggestion, which is, can we do this as an electronic vote later, because it's working, you know. I make a motion that we do this as an electronic vote after this meeting's over.
Just table it to the list.
Fine, table it to the list.
So there's a motion to move this
Second.
particular item to the email list to take up outside of this meeting. It's been seconded. Any objection to moving this item to the email list? Hearing no objections, this item is tabled to the email list.
And the last motion that I'm bringing forward is related to this. I would ask, please read the memorandum of understanding. It's a little bit legalese. It's important. Our states, there's a serious wavering of trust, and I really want to just reassure the states that National is actually here to help. Not even joking. Like, we're really here to help. And so please take a look at the policy manual amendment. Please look at the memorandum of understanding. And I would ask that we table the memorandum of understanding also with the policy manual amendment to the list, because they are related. The policy manual actually references, the proposed amendment references this memorandum of understanding. So I would like to just ask that we move that to the list. I'm not going to make a motion at this time, but please help me. I want your input. I want to make this the best that we can for the state affiliates.
Mr. Ferrero, was your comment related to what he's saying right now?
That is
or-
correct, yes.
Okay.
I agree with moving it to the list, and I will actually go as far as making the motion to move this to the list as well. But I did have a question, which I can ask on the list, or get answered on the list, which is, has this been reviewed because by legal or?
Nope.
Okay, sorry.
It's also, by the way, not technically a legal document. It's a memorandum. That's important.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Walker.
Because there was a motion earlier to move, what I'm seeing is this item to the LNC email list, and there was no motion on the floor. Doesn't that move the entire rest of the report and all that to be handled later, and we can just move on to the next thing?
That would be my interpretation.
Okay. I'm happy with that.
Withdraw my motion.
So thank you all. Thank you all. Seriously.
And if I may exercise some chair's privilege here, if that's what that's called, but I'm asking you guys to really look at this memorandum and really consider it, because I can name at least one state, of which I'm a part of, that has put our CRM transition on hold, waiting for this document. So please take it seriously and let's get that done.
And it's more than one state.
Yes. Okay, next item of business. So we're done with CRM now. Motion to allocate funds, this is Ms. Hogarth.
Yes.
10 minutes.
Shall I read it?
Yes, but you might want to wait a couple
Yeah,
seconds.
I do,
for that.
yeah.
Does the secretary have it?
Yes,
do.
yes, it's in the agenda.
But I thought there was an understanding that when we were out of this item, that you were gonna recognize my point of personal privilege to remove something for which we need a certain vote of the entire board, and we're losing board members up. That was my understanding when I raised my point.
I did not hear you ask for an actual agenda change, but I'm not sure that we're losing board members.
Mr. Nana has to leave
I have to
very
leave.
soon.
I'm just concerned that we're gonna workshop everything to death over and then not, which is why.
Well, we've already tabled the thing that was being workshopped, and we were only about 8 minutes over on that. This is the agenda you all adopted.
I'll issue my motion for
Madam Chair, this is Mr. Brown. Can you hear me?
Mr. Brown, can you hang on just a second, please, Ms. Adams?
You might ask Mr. Melman what he.
Mr. Brown, please hold on. I can't hear Ms. Adams. She's speaking to me in the room. I need to hear what she's saying. Hang on just a second, please.
I have two now. One, it was my understanding Mr. Nano didn't need to leave until 3, and it's only 11. Number 2, moving forward, I would like to not hear from people unless we've asked to hear from them, and if they're not a member of this board.
Thank you. However, Mr. Brown is a parliamentarian that I've requested to be here, so there are going to be times when I would like to hear from him. Mr. Brown, is it something like imperative that you need to share with me right now?
You might clarify what Mr. Melman means when he says he wants to table that motion. Does he mean to postpone it, or just lay it on the table and take it back up later in this meeting?
Okay, thank you. All right. So.
No one needed that clarification.
Ms. Hogarth.
Working on the action campaign, sorry, so I moved to allocate $500 from outreach, which is budget line 88, to the LP of South Carolina to raise their sponsorship level for the famously hot South Carolina Pride Festival from silver, which is currently at, to gold, contingent upon the development and affiliate support committees raising an additional $500.
Second.
And I'd like to speak to that.
All right, we have a motion. I can't read it.
I'm gonna get it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the motion, I don't see the language of it in the OneNote, but, no, I'm looking at the wrong one.
It's up here, Ms.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay. To allocate $500 from outreach, budget line 88, to the LP of South Carolina to raise their sponsorship level contingent upon the development Development and Affiliates Support Committees raising 500. Okay, it was seconded. Any objections
Objection.
to this?
Well, I haven't had a chance to speak to it, have I?
Or
You will now.
you will now.
Right, but there was an, oh, I see. So I spoke with the chair of South Carolina, and their state party has already raised the money. I think it's 1,000 or 2,000 to achieve the silver sponsorship level, which if you guys, first of all, this is a huge event. That's a multi-day festival. Recent turnout was 75,000 in 2017, 80,000 in 2018, 80,000 in 2019, canceled last year. So they're currently at the silver sponsorship level, and it will take another $1,000 to get to gold, which will include the LP logo, well, an LP logo on all of their mail marketing. Guarantee that there will be space for it on their guides and posters at the event. And because at the current level, the silver level, it's as space permits. So gold level will guarantee it. There's further levels, of course, but and I know that traditionally we haven't, just handed money to state parties, but I want us to encourage state parties to do what the LP of South Carolina has done, which is to raise money for an event or for outreach themselves and make that commitment, and then come to us saying, we've made this commitment, we have a plan for a higher level of commitment, and you guys can make it happen pretty reasonably. And I know that, again, this is kind of new for us, so I talked to the chair of the Affiliate Support Committee, who's amazing at fundraising, and we decided that our two committees between us could, not easily, because nothing is easy when you're asking for money, but could raise the $500 and then ask for a similar commitment from the entire committee. I talked to Mr. Hagan. We have it in our budget. I think that this is a really good way to encourage state parties to take this kind of action and to come to us for the help, that we can, when we can give it, that we can give. I think that's all I wanted to say.
My objection, correct?
Ms. Adams?
Yes, I dig it. I would love to see us helping all of the states. But every state in my region also is in a similar situation, has also fundraised to the tune sometimes of $3,000 and $4,000 for these state fairs that we're in. If we're gonna do this for South Carolina, do we have it in the budget to do it for all 5 of my region 7 states as well? Because they all would qualify under the same criteria. Some of them have raised more and spent more promoting themselves than South Carolina has. If we're not gonna do that, if we're not gonna do that for all of our states, in all of our regions, who are also willing to do that work, then I object. And I hope you all will also.
Mr. Bowen, did you have your hand up a minute ago? Mr. Hall?
All right, this is just a question for Ms. Hodart. So your intent is to basically move 500 from outreach space into affiliate support? And then to South Carolina?
I think that's a question for Mr. Hagan, because I don't know exactly how that would work.
This will be an outreach event, so we'll be taking out, we use the outreach.
It is
Gonna be charged against that outreach line item. We're not changing the budget.
But it's coming from
outreach.
Okay, so what is the affiliate support part? Where?
Sorry, it may have been confusing. I knew that it would be an ask to come to the committee and say, give one of the states in region $5,000. So I wanted to show not only their commitment, they've already raised the money, but also my commitment and the affiliate support committee's commitment. I shouldn't say my commitment, I should say the development committee, to show that, we are, and I understand, if I can just jump back to Ms. Adams' objections, I get that, if we give it to one kid, we've got to give cake to all the kids, but I don't feel like that's true. I feel like if a state takes the initiative, comes to us, asks, we should at least consider it. Maybe we could start contests for proposals and things like that. I see this as the beginning of that kind of profitable activity.
Alright, so then I have a follow-up for Ms. Sauer. Your committee has stated your expectations for fundraising at the moment. Is there an extra $500 already there, or do
No.
you still need the $500?
I spoke with Mr. Thornton, Chair of South Carolina. I told him I would call from his fundraising list, specifically South Carolina, for donations for this project.
All right, well then my follow-up to this then would be that I will give you the $500 needed for this, if it comes to it.
Wait, out of pocket? Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll take it. I'm sure South Carolina. But,
Why don't you just give it to South Carolina?
Yeah,
well, that's what he's talking about.
Oh, got it, I got confused.
Yeah, it wasn't gonna be.
Well,
Yeah, I was like, this is a weird, yeah.
I'll do it
Alright,
now, right? So, yeah.
So that part's done, the commitment. Mr. Phillips.
One, does this donation render this motion moot?
No, that's the 500 commitment.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if he's gonna give you the $500, we don't have to do the rest of this, is what I'm saying. But, if it doesn't render it moot, then all due respect to Ms. Adams, but this is not the National Party saying we're gonna give somebody $500 just because they asked for it. We're saying, okay, we're gonna go fundraise another $500. And you're goddamn right, I'm gonna do that for every state that asks.
Perhaps you misunderstood. We are actually asking for $500 from the budget.
Well, yeah.
Only contingent upon raising another $500, which one way or another has already.
Contingent, I get that, which is what I'm saying. And if some state comes to me and asks and says, hey, we've got this event, will you help me raise $500? The answer is yes. Yes, I will.
Time has expired on this item, so unless someone moves to extend, we're moving to a vote. All right, we'll proceed to a vote on this item. To allocate $500 from the budget line 88 outreach to the Libertarian Party of South Carolina to raise their sponsorship level for the festival. And it does have a contingency upon the Development and Affiliate Support Committee raising an additional $500, which has just been pledged. So, all in favor of this motion, raise your hand.
I'm sorry. Quick point of
Yes?
information. I just want to make sure I understand. So what we're basically doing is saying we're allocating $500 on the budget line, going to South Carolina, done.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Because there's a lot of words, and in fact, that's what we're just doing.
That is
Okay.
correct.
Good deal. Thank you.
All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? I saw 8. How many did you see?
I didn't
In
count.
favor.
I didn't.
Oh.
Do it again.
Favor?
All in favor, please. Thank you.
Mr. Wolford, you can't vote since Aaron's out of the room, by the way.
Yes.
I see 8. And opposed? 3.
Sorry about that, I just wasn't sure if you saw that she was out of the room.
Thank you.
She came over and talked to him.
It's a simple majority,
Oh, yeah.
majority.
Okay. I was thinking it was budget one, but it has all the requirements, so yes.
Before we
All
go
right,
to the
it
next
passed.
agenda
Thank
item,
you.
quick question.
Yes.
Is this something that the two committees could have done on their own? Could they raise $500 and allocate it, or do we have to tell them how to allocate the money that they raise?
Well,
This was coming from outreach line item. That's not
yeah, it's
the
still
committee.
because
that-
there's $500 still coming from the LNC, so.
But yes, we did
They
have to do
couldn't
it.
have made that choice on it. All right, next item. Policy manual changes.
Madam Chair, I'm going to pose a question to you, and if you want to ask the others, then I think that might be appropriate. But there's been expressed desire to look at getting to the topic of the day, if you will. And if both, it looks like Ms. Harlos and Ms. Abke are willing to not do these agenda items, we could get to that. We're at a stopping point. But if they are not willing and want to hear that, I'm fine with that as well. I'm just trying to, I know that this would be the point where we would want to introduce a motion to suspend the agenda if such a thing wanted to be done. So that's why I'm throwing that out to you. I don't know what your read on the room is.
Well, if someone has a motion.
I move to suspend the agenda to.
Suspend the rules to amend the agenda.
That's a new one.
I move to suspend the rules to amend the agenda in order to consider The motion to suspend the LNC secretary from his FD.
Okay, so there's been a motion to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to move the last item of the day to now.
Second.
It has been seconded. Suspension of the rules for this purpose requires 2/3.
Yes.
So is there any objection? Okay. Then the rules have been suspended and we are moving that agenda item to now.
Madam Chair?
I'd like to make a motion that we stand at ease for 10 minutes because people have to check out of their rooms.
Yes. Okay.
That's what I was.
There's been a
I was
motion.
too. I was too.
Any objection to being at ease for
10 minutes.
what'd you say?
Recess, there's a difference.
Any objection to 15 minutes?
And it's a recess.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a recess. All right, we're recessed for 15 minutes. So be
Sean,
back.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I can hear
Oh,
you.
sorry, 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 oh, sorry, 1 second. It's not working out.
All right, welcome back. I would like to note that David Sexton has arrived and is representing Region 2.
That's great.
I'm sorry, I
At
didn't
this
hear you.
time, Mr. Sexton is here for Region 2. So that is a change to the role. All right, the orders of the day now have us on a motion to suspend the LNC secretary.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move to suspend Karen Ann Hartlos as Secretary of the Libertarian National Committee as provided for in the bylaws of the Libertarian Party, bylaws of the Libertarian Party, Article 6, Section 7.
Second.
All right, the motion has been made to suspend the secretary. It has been seconded. I assume there is objection. So,
I have, several points of order.
Ms. Epke, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would like to speak to my motion, thank you.
Before speaking to a motion, points of order.
You're right. Sorry about that. You're right. Go ahead.
One moment.
Madam Chair, do I have the time running while the points of order are being heard?
Yes.
Okay.
60 minutes.
And then there's several things in order, and I don't,
Can we get the motion?
it's in the one, because it's too long.
Because it also has
Actually,
a specification of time in it, I believe.
Oh, it's in the one note.
was modified, I simplified it.
I'm sorry?
I did simplify it.
Well, what was given
Okay,
notice
that's fine.
for?
I'll send it to you.
Well, that's a third point of order then.
Well,
Can't, I'll wait for my points of order. I have 4
Go ahead.
now. The first point of order, and before I make the point of order though, I have because, just give me one moment to collect my thoughts. I have both an attorney and a parliamentarian that is retained on my behalf. I have been trying to be able to consult with the parliamentarian privately, but the electronics are not having it. I do believe that I have the right to have them present on the comm. You and I spoke about this before the meeting, and you had said that you would disallow it, and I had said I would ask the permission of the body for my parliamentarian and my attorney to be able to be on the comm, and if necessary, if I need to ask a question of them, because I cannot seem to talk to them privately here. So I am, before I raise a point of order in which I need my parliamentarian, I am moving to request the board to allow my parliamentarian to be on the comm in case I have a question of the parliamentarian.
Was the number provided to her
For my attorney.
for that?
It is, and I do see Mr. Kielski on the polycom.
But I
do not
didn't
see
think
a
I had your
parliamentarian.
permission.
My only concern is that your parliamentarian cannot speak out on there.
Well, I am
He's not-
requesting the body's permission for my parliamentarian to speak on there. I tried to make an alternate arrangement.
We've already had members of this body object to having our parliamentarian
Well, I'm
speak
asking the
out.
body now.
So, Mr. Phillips?
Are you asking for them to be able to just speak to us?
No,
or
if
only to answer your questions?
My questions only.
So if you say, I need a minute to ask my parliamentarian or my lawyer a question, that's what you're asking for?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Is there any objection?
If there is objection, do you have a cell phone? Just call them.
For me to be sitting here while I'm trying to talk to you guys and be like this, I don't have that kind of attention. I can't do that with multi-levels of input. I'm moving, that's a motion I make.
I will second the motion so that people can debate it.
I would like to move straight to a vote. So you're calling the question?
Yeah, unless there's objection.
Okay, Mr. Brown?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here.
So the main motion has already been seconded and it's on the floor, and Ms. Harlows was attempting to raise points of order and now is attempting to make a motion. Am I correct that that is out of order?
I was trying to follow the point. So her motion is that the one you're referring to is that her parliament they be allowed to communicate directly during the meeting.
That's the motion she's trying to make, yes.
I think the motion is in order. It's up to the chair and the assembly to determine whether to permit it.
Okay, thank you. So it's been seconded and there is objection to it. So do you feel that you've spoken enough to tell us about your objection, Mr. Lieutenant?
You want to communicate with your attorney or your parliamentarian, you do that privately, and they do not address this group. We don't allow random people to address this group. And if you need to step away and, step away and take a call, you do that.
Mr. Phillips, your hand was up, but you.
No, I've already.
Ms. Adams and then Mr. Longstreth.
So two things. I would hope that if Ms. Harlow did need to step away to discuss something with her parliamentarian, that we would all show her the grace needed to do that. Number one. Number two, I really think all of this is out of order. Ms. Harlow initially raised points of order that we have yet to hear on. I would like to dispense with those points of order before we move on to anything else.
So, Ms. Harlows, you did get recognized for points of order, and then you proceeded to make a motion.
Well, they're tied because I need my parliamentarian's counsel with my points of order.
Can we stand at ease for 5 minutes while she calls her parliamentarian?
Is that part of the hour?
I'll second that if it's in order.
It's not in order. I'm going to rule it out of order. We have a motion on the floor, and then now we have a second motion, which is not appropriate because we're in the middle.
I will make my points of order.
Okay, thank you.
First point of order. And I have the substantiation for this point of order in the OneNote. And it's under new business with previous notice. And I'm trying to find what I titled it. It's titled due process. So this is the background. It's the same thing I had sent to Ms. Adams for her request from a conversation we had before. Robert's Rules of Order 6212 provides that in cases where the term of office is specified as ending at a certain occasion, a trial is required to remove an officer. This affords anyone accused the right to have the specific charges against them, time to prepare a defense, and a right to counsel. The process we're engaging in here violates these rights and renders any decision null and void. That's my point of order.
It is not well taken because we have a rule in place that you cited here yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Article 6.7 gives us the authority to remove an officer by 2/3 vote of this entire committee, thereby removing us from the umbrella related to removal of officers in Robert's Rules. And the first line of that 6216 is except as the bylaws may provide otherwise. Our bylaws do provide. So what is your next one?
I repeal from the ruling of the chair.
All right. So we have an appeal for the ruling of the chair. Okay. So there's been appeal from the ruling of the chair. My ruling was that her point of order is not taken. This proceeding does not fall under Robert's Rules. We are exempt from it because our rules give us that out. We can remove an officer, suspend an officer by 2/3 of the vote of this entire committee. There is no further requirements for notice. There are no further requirements for hearings or investigations. That is what our bylaws allow us to do. And that's what we're doing today. So that is my ruling. She disagrees with it.
I get to speak to it.
Yes.
Okay. Just citing the article on officers is incomplete, where our bylaws do specify otherwise. And let me lay out the argument for you as best as I can. Where it says the National Committee may for cause suspend any officer by a 2/3 vote of the entire committee. All this is gives A, the authority, and B, the vote threshold. It does not give the process. One thing it certainly does not do is prohibit a trial. That's a separate point in a moment, though. When the process is not specified, Roberts is very clear then you go to where the terms of office of the officers are specified. And this is where it says this in Roberts. Roberts 62:16. If the bylaws provide that officers shall serve 4 blank years or until their successors are elected, the officer in question can be removed by a motion, which is what is attempted to do here. However, you go to the separate next bullet point. However, if the bylaws provide that officers shall serve only a fixed term, such as for 2 years, we don't need that parenthetical, or if they provide the officers shall serve for whatever years and until their successors are elected, they can be removed from office only for cause, that is, neglect of duty in office or misconduct, and an investigating committee must be appointed, charges must be preferred, and I'm allowed to...
You are, but a point of order is interrupting, and I'm asking if this appeal has been seconded.
Mr. Nana had seconded, I believe.
Sure, just so that it can be discussed,
I
I'll
didn't
second
hear
it.
that Mr. Nana seconded
No,
it, and if the secretary didn't hear that either, then
I second it so that it can be discussed.
there we go.
Yeah.
Continue.
Thank you. An officer can be removed only for cause that is neglect of duty in office or misconduct in accordance with the procedures described, and so on and so forth. This requires that we look at the provision for terms of office in our bylaws. And when we do, we see it says the National Committee shall take office immediately upon the close of regular convention at which they are elected and, not or, serve until the final adjournment. As such, a trial, including all of the procedures outlined in RONR Section 63, is required, which also includes 30 days' notice. In 2008, when Angela Keaton was attempted to be removed, she was offered a trial. She refused it. Precedent here and our bylaws are clear on this. The second argument I would make in favor of my point of order goes back to where our bylaws clearly do not prohibit a trial. And libertarian principles certainly require it. We would not allow this anywhere else. And if we are going to be advocating for due process in our society and we cannot model it on our own national committee, that is a crying shame. What is the hurry? If I'm guilty now, I'll be just as guilty at a trial, and you all can have a clear conscience. Thank you.
Since Ms. Harlow's mentioned a situation in 2008, I will note that we all received a copy of an opinion that was written for us specifically by Henry Robert. You might recognize that name. And it was circulated on the LNC list previously. And I also referred to that. Our rules give us the authority to remove or suspend an officer by 2/3 of the vote of this entire committee. It is removing us from the umbrella of Robert's rules that the Secretary is citing. Anyone else? All right, no further discussion on this. We'll move to a vote on the matter of appealing the ruling of the chair. A yes vote upholds my ruling. A no vote overturns it. All in favor of upholding the ruling of the chair?
But this needs to be a roll call vote, Madam Chair.
Yes, that's fine. You're right. Yeah, thank
I'm
you.
going to the template. Give me one moment. Okay, now you can please explain, if you want to restate the...
Yes, a yes vote upholds my ruling. A no vote overturns the ruling. My ruling is that we have a procedure in place based on our rules, and it removes us from under the umbrella of Robert's rules for this.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Bowen?
Where'd he go? He was just here.
He stepped out. Is alternate available?
He's what?
Is alternate available?
Mr. Ford?
I'll abstain from the prior.
Mr. Pierre?
Yes.
I believe you're Darlene.
You're off a line, Madam
I
Secretary?
am?
You put abstain on that.
Okay, let me start. Yep, you're correct.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Epke?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I will vote no. Ms. Hogarth?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yes.
Mr. Lucchini?
Yes.
Mr. Molman?
I'm a no.
What happened here? Mr. Nana?
No.
Mr. Sexton?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
No.
Ms. Sarwar?
Yes.
Madam Chair, it's 9-4.
No. I'm not gonna vote, that is.
Yeah. Okay, I have a second point of order, but I also have a point of privilege. I've not yet made my second point of order. Earlier today, I had indicated that Mr. Nikela,
Hold on one second, I'm sorry. That passes, yes? Or the motion?
It's sustained.
My ruling is sustained, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm
That
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
when Mr. Nikela left, it was indicated that I would make a motion to suspend the rules to allow Mr. Nikela, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Radsep to participate in these proceedings by electronic form. And I am making that motion to suspend the rules now. And I don't think I can make an argument in favor of that, can I, or?
So is this one of your points of?
I haven't yet made my second point
Okay,
of order.
so you were recognized earlier for points of order.
But you,
So
and
we are in the middle of an actual motion right now, so do you have other points of order to be addressed? Because that's why I recognized you earlier.
Yes, here's my second point of order, Madam Chair. Earlier today, when I raised the point of order, you said once the motion was put, I could do the suspension.
Okay, but that's not what you got recognized for. You got recognized, we are in a motion to suspend the LNC secretary. You were recognized for points of order, and you said you had multiple. We've dealt with one. What is your next point of order?
I'm raising a point.
Because there may be other people who want to speak on the motion itself that's
But
actually
you
on
had,
the floor right now.
I'm raising another point of order, Madam Chair, that you had said that once the motion is put.
I'm not making the motion for you. That was not a
No,
motion that was made at that time.
she put the motion, her motion was put, and you had said it would be appropriate for me at that time to raise the suspension. I'm going to call here on a note of fundamental fairness. The members are watching right now, and we've just had an alternate.
Ms. Harlows, do you have a point of order?
I do have a point.
Please state your point of order.
The point of order is that earlier today, you had said that I would be entitled to make, once Ms. Epke made the motion, my suspension of the rules for those 3 absent members.
I would ask you to cite the space where I actually said those words. What took place earlier was you asked when it would be an appropriate time to do that. And Mr. Longstreth said that it would make more sense at that time of day, which was supposed to be the last thing of the day. It has now been changed. We are at that time of day. However, you didn't make that motion. The motion was made by Ms. Edke to carry on with the suspension. That's where we are.
And
your point, I don't understand your point of order.
My point of order is you said it would be appropriate for me to make it once it was put. And I am making that now because what we've had, we have a railroad situation here. We have somebody where we know if you guys want to suspend me, I hope you want to do it fair and square.
Ms. Harlows, Ms. Harlows, I need you to tell me what your point of order is. What procedurally are you trying to accomplish right here? If you cannot make a motion right now. I did not guarantee you that you would be able to make a motion at this point.
I raise a point of order that I am entitled to make that motion now.
I do not agree with that. You do not have the right to make
I
that motion
appeal
now.
the
We are
ruling
in
of
the
the
I would-
chair.
Yeah, I would second that appeal. That's dirty.
I'm getting
honestly.
railroaded right now. If you want to suspend me, do it fairly.
I don't understand why you keep saying that I said you had to do it, or that you could do it after this motion was made.
Because that's
It
what
that
was
at the
said.
time of the
Mr.
day.
Hanna heard that as well. That is what was
That was my
said.
understanding. I don't know if that's exactly what you said, but.
So when you raised your hand to be recognized, why did you not make that motion instead of claiming that you had points of order? That since you got recognized for points of order, you've attempted now to make 2 motions. So you were recognized for points of order. We are in the middle of a motion to suspend the LNC secretary.
And it's a
Other people, is there anyone else who wishes to be recognized to speak on the motion that's on the floor, which is the suspension of the LNC secretary?
And I believe our author has not yet spoken.
Yes, that is also true.
I have a second point of order.
So you are only recognized right now for points of order, and you just made your second
But
one.
I made a point of order right now.
I know, I just said, you just made your second one, and it is not well taken.
And I appeal the ruling of the
Okay.
chair.
So, we would have to obviously go back and listen to the recording. But at no point did I understand or intend that automatically you would be given the opportunity to, well, you always have the opportunity to make a motion to suspend the rules to do anything at a very specific time. That was not my intention. And if it was understood that way, I don't know how to correct that at this point. But at no point did I intend that you were going to automatically have a right to make a specific motion at any specific time. What we were doing was deferring what you wanted to do to a more appropriate time of day. So, speak to
Yes,
your
I'd like
appeal.
to. I believe I was entitled to do it earlier and for courtesy for the body. I said, fine, I'll just do it once the motion is put. It made more sense to do it then, even though I was entitled to do it earlier. The fact is, Mr. Nikhela's voice now, I see this as being purposely silenced.
Mr. Nikhela's alternate is here.
But Mr. Nikhela indicated that he wished to be here. He was here when he knew I would make that motion. Once again, are we concerned about the peace of the party here? Are we? I am entitled to make that motion, and Mr. Nikhela is entitled to have a vote. He's off because his wife had a baby, and this is the crap we're pulling, the business that we are pulling. He has a right to have a vote that he can be here electronically. What you guys are setting up is such a split in the party right now. Remove me fair and square.
Okay, so Ms. Rawls' point of order was that she should be able to make a motion right now to suspend the rules. I don't agree with that. She appealed, that is where we are. So I've spoken, she's spoken. Mr. Lucchini?
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question. I don't know if I'm allowed to address the parliamentarian. I believe that she does have a right to make or she should be afforded the opportunity to make this motion. This seems to be an out of sequence issue.
Hey guys.
I want to ask the parliamentarian.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to let you all know, we do have a source of smoke on one of the floors. We don't know exactly where it's coming from. It doesn't seem to be of huge alarm. The fire department is here, but if we didn't tell you, then that's on us. If you all want to continue, you can, but just so you know, there is something going on. And if it got any worse, I'd run in here and tell you, but I think you're...
Can I ask you a question real
Of
quick?
course.
Are there fire alarms that would go off if it actually got
If it
bad?
got on in this sector, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just making sure we're not gonna die away.
It's us.
It's
Yeah,
right over
absolutely.
here.
Wow.
Orders.
No one had that on their.
Orders of the day.
Mr. Lucchini?
So is it appropriate for me to ask the parliamentarian, is there a way we can do this given the sequence that we're in right now? I want to afford the secretary the opportunity to make this motion, but I want to make sure we're doing it in a way that does not violate. Can I ask the parliamentarian that question? Yes, okay. Mr. Brown, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I believe this is a unfortunate misunderstanding of timing and sequence. Is there a way we can make this happen?
see it the same way you do. Perhaps Ms. Harlow should have actually made a motion to suspend the rules first. I think her point of order perhaps amounts to that. I do think at some point she should be given the right to make that motion. And even though she brought it up as a point of order, the purpose of what she's trying to do is what should be honored rather than the terminology. I do believe it would be appropriate, if not now, then at some point that she be given the opportunity to make those motions.
I have a suggestion.
Okay, hang on one second. Mr. Brown, procedurally where we are now is we have an appeal from the ruling of the chair. Do we need to dispense with that first?
It's on that, though.
Madam Chair, I'm thinking perhaps Ms. Hollis made the point of order when maybe she should have or intended to make the motion. Perhaps she can withdraw her point of order, temporarily, and then instead go with a motion, or you can rule on her point of order. But at some point, she should be allowed to make her motion.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a proposed solution. If this would work, if you withdraw you dispense with the appeal, the point of order, and we temporarily table Ms. FC's motion in order to allow you to make your motion for electronic voting, does that solve this problem?
We don't have to table it, it's just an incidental motion to her main motion.
I'm not a parliamentarian. I'm going to let other people fight this one out.
It's a suspension of the rules.
This is Mr. Brown again. I think I do recall Ms. Harlow saying that she had, a couple of motions and points of order. I think it just got confusing as to what was being done then.
Thank you. Mr. Longstreth?
Yes, I support the ruling of the chair, and the reason being is that in a typical sort of debate scenario, a motion is introduced and the author speaks on it. If there's a motion, somebody can jump in there very quickly. In this case, what happened was Ms. Harlow spoke up with points of order, which take precedence. They receive a priority. So essentially, she jumped in front of the line of our speakers and everybody else who may have had motions that may have been the exact same motion, but she did it under the guise of a point of order. I believe that our chair is correct in ruling that a motion at this time is out of order because it's in the wrong place. I have no problem with hearing the motion. I want to hear the motion, but you don't get to skip line. You have to be recognized by the chair, and to pretend that you're going to motion under the guise of a point of order, that's false. We have rules, we have order for a reason. We need to try to follow those rules, and for that reason, I support the ruling of the chair.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Phillips?
Technically, I believe that the chair is correct. I believe that technically she's correct. I also believe that some grace should be allowed here, and that particularly in the fact that there's going to be lots of things going around this table, and if her motion passes, it would be negligent of us to not have whoever could participate remotely on the line to be able to take part. So while I believe that the ruling of the chair is correct, and I probably will vote in favor of it, I would ask that we then immediately allow her to make this motion, and so that we can get it dispensed with one way or the other.
I don't know which one of you was first. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Molman, you're next.
But I was just going to say you can take me out because Mr. Phillips said literally what I was just going to say. I'm going to add one thing to accept that I also agree with Mr. Phillips. I see this as something akin to jury nullification. I believe that the chair was correct, but I'm going to argue against her in this particular vote so that we get to where we all want to.
Okay. Ms. Adam?
So I believe that the ruling of the chair is correct. I also believe that at some point, Ms. Harlow should have the right to make her motion. I just think we need to dispense with the original motion, the points of order. At that time, a motion to amend or a substitute motion can be entered as is proper. I also would like us to address the original motion and the points of order before we go looking to suspend the rules, to not just negate one thing, to change multiple things. And while I understand that Ms. Harless doesn't want anyone's voice to be silenced, our rules have been very clear, and as someone who sat on this board as an alternate, if my representative is not present, the alternate absolutely has the right to speak, and I am not any more in favor of silencing the vote of that board member than I would be any other board member. I don't think that board members give precedent over each other in that situation. As such, I will be voting to uphold the ruling of the chair. I will be very reluctant to eliminate Mr. Sexton's voice when he has traveled here to do his job as the alternate, which is sit at this table anytime that his representative steps away.
Anyone else to speak on the appeal? All right, we will vote, obviously by roll call, on the appeal of my ruling.
One moment.
An aye vote or yes vote upholds my ruling, and no vote overturns it.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Bowen?
No.
Ms. Epke?
Yes.
Mr. Fiora?
No.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I will vote no. Ms. Hogarth?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yes.
Mr. Lucchini?
Yes.
Mr. Molman?
No.
Mr. Nana?
No.
Mr. Sexton?
Yes.
I have Michaela there, but I'll be fixing it in a... Mr. Phillips?
Abstain.
Ms. Sarwar?
Yes.
The vote is 8-5, Madam, to 1 abstention, Madam Chair.
So where does it stand at this point?
Your ruling's to abstain. It's only a majority required.
Point of personal privilege. Can we request that the temperature be turned up just a little bit?
The temperature be turned up, like it's too cold?
It's too cold.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's.
I'll do it.
I have,
Are we able to do that ourselves? Oh, okay, I guess so.
I'm the expert now.
order.
Um,
I
you
have one
an
additional point of order, Madam Chair.
Please.
A point of personal privilege. We ask that folks on either side of the room speak up. It's hard to hear, particularly Mr. Phillips has great things to say, but he says them softly with great power.
I think that's the first time
Okay.
he's ever used that.
All right, order.
Okay, the final point of order, at least at this point, is that the ruling of the chair of June 22nd, 2021, based on earlier precedent, requires 5 days' notice per charge. This motion includes at least 4 claim defenses, therefore 20 days' notice is required.
I wholeheartedly disagree. That is not a requirement at all. And as I recall, it was, let me find it. I'll also note that I am not bound by any rulings on this previously because this was a completely different matter at the time. And that ballot that time was pulled on technicalities, not because it was actually out of order. So, as I recall, that was stated by Mr. Molman as something that he would have preferred as adequate notice. But it is not, in my determination, a requirement at all. Again, going back to our rules, we are allowed to suspend by 2/3 vote for cause. There is nothing in there that requires us to give any kind of notice. This was done at an in-person meeting with notice of the in-person meeting in accordance with our rules. Nothing else in our rules requires any additional notice for any number of counts or anything like that. No hearing, no investigation. So that is where I stand. Again, the same response.
I was waiting for you to be recognized to
Yes,
speak
go
to it.
ahead.
A lot of the arguments, it won't be based on bylaws, but more
Point of
upon.
order, are we appealing the ruling of the chair?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. No, well, oh, sorry. Thank you. I appeal the ruling of
issued
the
her
chair.
ruling.
Thank you.
I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, thank you. Again, I can tell you that I have not had adequate time to respond. If that's the way this body would like to do it and be seen that way before the world, and if you think it's not, I've been sent some tasty screenshots of the way Republicans are laughing at us. To try to get rid of one of your officers without proper notice, and I am telling you, I did not have time to adequately prepare a defense. If that's the way you'd like to do it, because let me give you an example. When Mr. Molman, he even said, even if you think the bylaw says he should have ascended to the chairmanship, he doesn't want it, and he begged you guys to overturn it, and some people who actually thought that's what our bylaw said honored it. Sometimes it's up to the body to interpret its own rules in accordance with its own principles. And I think everything we are doing today is against our principles. I'm done speaking, Madam Chair.
Further discussion, yes, Mr. Longford?
The only thing that I would add is that on the first point of order, we agreed then that our bylaws at 6.7, I believe it was, outline the policy and procedure of this party on how to handle this. This falls under the same umbrella. That's all I've got.
Mr. Molman?
I definitely have feelings about this. So there is a big dispute about Article 6, Section 7, and whether one sentence wipes out an entire chapter or selectively wipes out an entire chapter, because censure is also there, and I think that still applies, but somehow it makes a big mess. When I made the ruling as the acting chair, one of the big issues I had with the whole thing is that there actually is no trial. I want to make sure everybody understands there's no trial process. Our bylaws specify, when you go to the Judicial Committee, that it is an appeal, and specifically outline that the burden of proof is on the appellant. That means that once this body votes, if they vote to suspend the secretary, by any means, she is now guilty until proven innocent in the eyes of the Judicial Committee. I fundamentally have a problem with this. I mean, there is, as an organization that has spent a year and a half, 2 years talking about criminal justice reform and doing better, I don't see how we look at people straight in the face and say, yeah, due process, except for us. We don't do that. I do firmly believe that notice that a trial is, I don't believe that that one sentence wipes it out. Even if it did, oh my God. I mean, laws, we know, are not necessarily moral or ethical. From a moral and ethics standpoint, the lack of a trial just, it appalls me. It genuinely hurts me. I'm a person that believes that due process is the cornerstone of our entire way of life. And abridging that just does weird. Yeah, anyway, that's all.
Ms. Adams?
Yes, I believe the ruling of the chair is correct for our rules. While I understand the sympathies and the empathy and embrace it, just because we don't like our rules, this body should not ignore our rules. Much like the situation we were faced with convention last cycle, we have an obligation and we're elected to follow our rules. That is the expectation of the body, number one. While I am incredibly empathetic to what Mr. Molman said about a trial, And based on the investigative report we just heard this week, we all believe that certain things transpired and certain people were guilty of certain things in a recent event. I failed to see anyone on this board demanding a trial at that time for those individuals. I believe we have set precedent that says we simply follow our rules. And I would ask us to do that again today.
Mr. Phillips?
This is hard for me. I have spoken about due process many times, and I do empathize with Mr. Mulman's points. I have a couple thoughts on it, starting with the fact that everybody knew this was coming, including Mrs. Harless, from the minute the first one came. And so she has had ample notice. Secondly, is that I have served on many volunteer boards. And they don't have trials either. They just don't. We are not a government. We do not have a setup for a trial by jury, much as I might wish we had. And that is actually what the Judicial Committee is for. And I was unaware of Mr. Mulman's point about when you go to the Judicial Committee, you're guilty till proven innocent. And I would love to see somebody suggest a bylaws change to change that. But at this point, I mean, we're at where we're at, and you know, even if I don't agree with it morally, the chair is correct.
Mr. Wilbert?
Yes. So I actually want to agree with the chair and address this on two different fronts, because I feel like there are two different debates happening simultaneously here, and I think they do need to be separated. Quickly and easily, on the technical side of what our rules say and what the chair is ruling, I don't think it's very unclear. Our rules specify what we can and can't do, and the chair is absolutely correct in this. Now, I think the other debate we're having is a weird, larger thing around what our criminal justice reform should be, mixed in with the removal of someone from a voluntary board for which it doesn't affect their livelihood. It's something that's probably very important to them and that they want to do, but it's not taking their livelihood away. And I honestly think it's kind of disrespectful to the people who are in prison right now, or maybe sitting on death row because of our criminal justice system, to compare their situation to this. That is ridiculous. This is not the
Madam
same
Chair.
thing. And so I agree with the ruling of the chair.
Ms. Harlos?
I do not appreciate being called ridiculous, and
No one was calling you ridiculous. It's the situation that was being referred to.
Oh, okay, well, I don't appreciate Mr. Mulman being called ridiculous, but anyway, there is a very important thing here about notice and the like. And to address the issue again, I think I heard that somebody said, even if we think our bylaws are immoral, you follow them? Okay, I'm a cop. I don't think drug laws are moral, but God, it's the law. I hope we heard what we just said here. And the fact is, there is no trial at the Judicial Committee. The burden of proof is shifted. It's clear. To say that also I had noticed, these are completely different charges. Show me where Mr. Longstress said I violated the NAP, or that I was responsible for the resignation of Joe Bishop Henchman. These are completely different charges. And in fact, Mr. Longstress very kindly said, and made it pretty clear to me, that the group that was pursuing this had dropped it. Ms. Epke subsequently proposed a mediation. I had no idea this was coming. You want to ambush me, that's fine. It ain't right. And I would never do it to any of you.
I actually have to say something. that is not true, that you didn't, that you can't say you had no idea this was coming. In fact, I've heard you say that you had
2 days ago.
suspicions.
2 days
That
before.
you had suspicions.
2 days
So-
before, but Mr. Phillips'
Not
point
completely
was since
unaware.
June 18th.
Mr. Lucchini.
This is a volunteer board. You do not have a property right to this position. You're not being deprived of life, liberty, or property. This isn't a judicial situation. This is a board trying to maintain some degree of cohesion as a board and deal with a significant problem. To try to color this as a judicial proceeding is simply wrong. That's all.
Mr. Nana.
So while I agree that our rules don't require a trial, it also doesn't say that we can't have one. So I just personally think that, you know, it's not, I mean, we can sit here and argue all day whether or not we knew it was coming, but that was all rumors. Nothing was, you know, there weren't specific charges laid out, whether or not it was known to be coming or not. I just think it's very unfair to, I mean, if we're gonna remove somebody, let's just do due process and then figure out whether or not we wanna actually remove them, rather than do it as a motion at a meeting. And I don't know, it's not cool, for lack of a better way to describe it, in my opinion.
Ms. Harworth.
If you get fired from your job,
Point of order. I apologize, Ms. Sarek, but just really quick, this is interruptible. I believe we're straying off the topic of the appeal of the ruling of the
I
chair.
agree.
And I think that all of this conversation is relevant, but we've not even
Correct.
heard the particulars of the motion yet. And I would like to get rid of this. We have 15 minutes left on this agenda item, and we've gotten nowhere with it. So maybe I'm out of line, but that's my point of order.
No, point well taken. What we should be debating right now is the ruling that I made and the appeal that was made on it. So, Ms. Harworth, is your comment specific to that?
if you get fired from your job, you don't get to go on Judge Judy and have your boss on trial and say, well, what, why did you give me a trial about getting fired from my job? This is a volunteer position. This is not a criminal trial. This is not a civil trial. This is not any kind of law.
Any further discussion on the appeal of the ruling of the chair? All right, we'll proceed to a vote, and a yes vote upholds my ruling, a no vote overturns the ruling.
Okay. Ms. Adams?
Why do I always have to go first?
Yes. Reverse alphabetical.
Mr. Bowen?
Best thing that ever happened to me, that you became a rep.
Thanks, Rich.
Thank you, Aaron. No.
Ms. Epke?
Yes.
Mr. Fiera?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I will vote no. Ms. Hogarth?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yes.
Mr. Lucchini?
Yes.
Mr. Molman?
No.
Mr. Nana?
No.
Mr. Sexton?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
No.
Ms. Sarwar?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
The ruling is upheld as it stands now?
Yes.
I don't need to vote. All right, we are back at the main motion. Ms. Epke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, this motion was not brought without significant consideration and searches for other solutions to a situation which has caused not just one member of the LNC, but certainly a majority of us some issues. We provided you previously with a link to Google Documents which defined the nature of our concerns and provided documentation. For those who haven't looked at that yet, we've also passed out printed copies. We believe that a thorough look at the documentation that we've provided suggests that Secretary Harless has violated various sections of the policy manual. For those following along or interested in looking later, the policy manual can be accessed online at lp.org/libertarian-national-committee/. We believe that the following sections have been violated. Sections 5.01, Section 1 of the social media policy on page 68 of the policy manual. Section 2.01, subsection 2 on conflict of interest, page 23 in the policy manual. and section 2.01 subsection 5, the harassment and offensive behavior prohibition on page 25 of the policy manual. Secretary Harlos, as an officer of the party, has a duty to act in the best interest of the party. While many of the offending acts found in the documentation represent items posted on her personal social media outlets, Ms. Harlos notes in these locations that she is the National Secretary of the Libertarian Party, and so a clean separation of personal and public really can't be made, even if one was to argue that a national officer can ever be just another libertarian. Likewise, as was suggested by Secretary Harlos yesterday in the discussion about the New Hampshire Special Investigative Report, she would have had us use posts by the spouse of our former chair as a means of incrimination. So again, separation of private and public is not clear. Ms. Harlow's social media account seems to have the potential to reach up to about 13,000 viewers, and her videos expand beyond that. Everything she says is private is essentially public. She has suggested that I accumulated all of this data, but I don't think that I've accumulated any of it personally, since she blocked me from both her Facebook friends list and her Twitter follower list sometime in the last few months. I have received screenshots of some of the more egregious statements from others who are still on our friends list, though. I'm not going to go through the many pages of documentation we're providing you. You can look through that yourself. The decision we have to make here today is not a legal one. This is not a court of law. The LNC is the governing board of the Libertarian Party. For those of you who have served on any other corporate board or for-profit or non-profit, the question you should ask yourself is this: if a duly elected officer of that board were routinely going on social media, ascribing negative intentions, even to the point of bullying by stirring up public sentiment to his or her colleagues on the board, and generally besmirching the board as a whole, how long would that person remain an officer? And I think the clear answer is not very long. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Harlos, and then Mr. Phillips, and then Ms. Abbott.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do, since we did take some significant time with some administrative things, I would like to move to suspend the rules to extend this by an hour that we originally had for the original arguments of this item.
I don't think that's a suspension of rules, it's just an extension of time.
It's suspending the rules to extend time.
But if we were extending time as we were out of time, it wouldn't be a suspension of the rules. It wouldn't require 2/3 the way suspension.
That's what I'm concerned about, the 2/3 majority.
So you're just like asking for an extension of time.
I'm asking for an extension of time.
I'm at 45.
Second.
I'm sorry, how much did you ask for?
Well, originally Ms. Epke wanted 30 minutes per,
Each.
so I would like each of us to have 30 minutes per, because that was Ms. Epke's original intention.
So you were asking for an hour?
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
right.
Madam Chair, point of information. When I stepped out a moment ago, the smell of smoke is very strong throughout the hotel. I have no idea, nor do any of us, how long we're going to be able to sit here before the fire department and they ask us to leave. So whatever we're going to do, please start to do it.
I will second Mrs. Harlow's motion, since it hasn't been seconded yet.
We have,
Sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to assure everybody that we are all back up and running again.
Thank you.
Somebody had poured something down our heater, and by doing that, that's what caused all the smoke and no fire. So please rest assured, I am so sorry for the interruption. Just wanted to update you.
Thank you.
Okay.
not on fire, but it's always a good interruption. We have a motion to extend time to 1 hour.
Now you can move.
So adding another 60 minutes to this agenda item, it has been seconded. Any objection to them?
I would like to add a point of information. I'm not, because I do not think Mr. Nikela is reachable now, I do not intend, unless I hear otherwise, to make that other motion to suspend the rules, and I'd like to go right into my defense.
Okay.
As I believe that was Ms. Epke's original.
I wanted to amend to 45 minutes.
So the motion to extend for 1 hour, which was seconded, is now, there's a motion to amend it to 45.
Pretty good version. Does this give us, in effect, 1 hour from now?
Yes.
That was my intention.
Hers would have.
And yours?
Well, that's
You
not
know
what
what?
I understood.
Time-saving
I understood
motions
extend
are
it by an
shut-
hour
yeah,
means
I
adding
know that.
60
Never
minutes
mind.
to the.
I withdraw.
original.
She's withdrawn her.
I'm withdrawing my, yeah, that'll take 15
Never
minutes.
second.
I think people are confused again.
Okay.
Are you wanting to add an hour on top of the hour we still have part of?
Yes.
Or extend an hour from now, because then that shortens what we've
Well,
already done.
an hour to what we already have,
Okay.
because we only have like 10 minutes and we're gonna
Okay.
mess that around with
Okay.
various
Start right
things.
Any objection to extending for an hour for this item? Hearing no objection, we're extended. Mr. Phillips.
Question. It's mostly for you, but would it be in order, or would you like somebody to take over secretarial duties so that you can focus on your defense?
We have a recording.
Okay.
And I'm able to handle the voting and things like that, so not particularly, no.
I just wanted to give you full.
No, I really appreciate that.
Ms. Adams, I have you next.
I don't even know where we're withdrawn.
Okay.
Madam Chair, as a point of personal privilege, can you kind of recap where we're at this point?
Where we are at this
Fire-
point
yeah.
is Ms. Ebke has stated her case for the motion.
Yes.
You were done. So.
I do wanna go back, because now I wanted to speak to the motion.
Okay, Ms. Harless should be able to
Well,
speak
I
first.
thought, and Ms. Epke can clarify, but I had thought that, we were following, like, the procedure she had noticed where it would be 30 minutes per. And that's what I prepared for, because that's what was noticed.
So, if everybody's agreeable, I would propose a motion of 30 minutes of affirmative speeches, and then 30 minutes of speeches against. And that would accomplish the same thing and still allow everybody to speak, but specifically segment them off. In addition to that motion, I would like to include 10 minutes at the end be reserved for Ms. Epke to make closing remarks, and then for Ms. Harless to make closing remarks. I think that that's fair. I think it lets everybody have the final word and still keeps it separate slightly so that we can kind of filter through this and hear what everybody says at one time.
Second.
So at this point, we have how many minutes left?
So we have 55 minutes left, or we have 55 minutes elapsed. We have an hour and 5 minutes remaining.
Okay, so I think what Ms. Harlos is saying is that the motion that was noticed did include 30 minutes per side. I think in keeping with what you're suggesting now, if we just defer to that procedure, then there would still be time for the yes side, for the affirmative side, and then she's expecting 30 minutes for her side.
The only thing that I would add would be the 10-minute kind of recap at the end, and I
For which we may have to extend time.
For which we may
at this point.
Point of information. Yes. I believe that, Ms. Epke, you could correct me, Ms. Epke, that the order that it was I would get to speak for 30 minutes and then you were going to answer, the way it was worded was answer inquiries or questions depending upon what I said. I could read the motion again, but that's.
Well.
My intent, perhaps poorly worded, was that each side, if you will, had approximately the same amount of time. You can use your time how you see fit from my perspective, and then those of us who answer questions we can share it. So it's the chair's discretion, obviously.
So, and to your motion that you're proposing, as far as how we break up the time, are you saying 30 minutes in the affirmative now? Like that's where we would be right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Followed by 30 minutes in opposition, which could be all of Ms. Harless or it could be other actors, however you want to call on people
I had
and that
thought
sort
it
of
was
thing.
opposite in the way it was noticed, and that's how I prepared.
I didn't, actually.
From my perspective, the
her side
introducer
first
of
and
the
then-
motion generally speaks to their motion
I'm
first. That's
trying
where
to
my
find
logic
the
is coming
original.
from.
Right, that is the way I understood it. Was it, Ms. Adams, did you second Mr. Longstreth's motion?
I did.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, which is to allow 30 minutes for the affirmative side, 30 minutes for the opposed side, and 10 minutes additional, which we may not have, for
Closing.
For
5 minutes
closing,
each, yeah.
okay. And that was seconded. Any objection to that?
I'd like to amend it.
Okay,
I'd like to make it so it's 15-minute blocks, 15 affirmative, 15 defense, 15 prosecution, 15 defense.
you're agreeable to that?
I'm not.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, it's just typically
So
you
you
wanna go
prefer the
back
block?
and forth.
I prefer the block.
Then I would like to err.
Use it however y'all want. The high school debater coach here wants to do back and forth.
Me too.
That's-
Okay,
Me too, brother.
so any objection to proceeding in that way? 30 minutes now for the affirmative, 30 minutes for Ms. Harlos, and hopefully 10 minutes remaining for any follow-ups. No objections? All right, that's what we'll do. Ms. Ebke, did you have anything further, or shall we
have
proceed to
nothing
someone
further at
else
this
who would
point.
like to speak in the affirmative? Okay. At this time, anyone who would like to speak for the motion? Mr. Longstreet.
Yes, so, I have known Ms. Harlos a very long time. We started on the board together. It has been an immense pleasure working with her, over the years. And I hope that we can continue to work together in some form or fashion. That said, as a national board, we have a responsibility to our delegates, and we have a responsibility to the Libertarian Party to keep it moving forward. Ms. Harlos has taken conflicts on this board and monetized them. She has personally attacked people. She has encouraged people who follow her to also attack those people. And it is a level of harassment that should not be tolerated from anybody on this board to another board member. She hasn't just done this to board members, though. When I asked her to stop several times against me, I was met with, "You're a politician, deal with it," more or less. And so I did. But in recent weeks, we have now seen at least 2 members come forward where Ms. Harlos has begun looking at them. We are in a situation right now where our secretary does not know the boundaries of professionalism. And it is very important that we as a board, in order to help keep this party moving forward, in order to help keep us professional, in order to help make sure that our brand continues to grow and expand so that we aren't just the 3rd largest national party, but the 2nd and eventually the party that sets this nation free. In order for us to do that, we need to have some professional lines of decorum. We need to have some professional areas of respect for each other. Now, I understand we all get heated in moments. We all say things in certain situations that maybe we shouldn't say. The difference between, I'll say myself and Ms. Harlos, is that when I get upset, I generally say one thing, I back off, I apologize, I circle back if I don't apologize, and I try to move on and put our best foot forward. Ms. Harlos does not do that. Ms. Harlos attacks and digs in and is like a rabid dog when it comes to attacking somebody. You cannot say anything to her and she will continue to drag your name through dirt. And she hasn't just done it to board members, she's done it to membership as well. And it is something that I can no longer stand for in this party. So yes, I will be supporting the motion to suspend her. And yes, I know not all delegates are going to be happy with me for that. And that's okay, because I was elected by the delegates too. And there is a significant portion of this party that is tired of the behavior of Ms. Harlos. And I represent that portion of the party, and that is where my vote lies.
Mr. Phillips?
This has been a hard one for me. Mrs. Harlos has been a dear friend. And this has been very difficult for me. But Richard covered a lot of it. There's a few other things that I would add. A lot of times we define the NAB pledge as refusal to engage in force or fraud for political or personal gain. Unfortunately, and I don't think it was intentional, but many of Mrs. Harlos's accusations against fellow members of this board with zero proof, even if some of them were borne out later, amount to fraud. They do. I don't care about her language. Obviously, it's me. I don't care, honestly, about her temper, because once again, honestly, it's me. I also take issue with many times, we'll hear an argument from her on one thing when it affects, but then when it comes to her personal thing, we almost saw it today. How many times did we hear her argue against allowing remote participation in mixed meetings? And then she was going to make a motion to benefit herself. I just can't continue with this behavior. Having said that, I am vastly disappointed in all of us, including myself. I'm currently undergoing some therapy for some codependent issues, which included not calling out Mrs. Harlos earlier. Something that all of us should have learned. Some of us, including myself, also responded to fire with fire. Two wrongs don't make a right. I had a lot more I was going to say, and I'm sorry. There is no board on the planet that would put up with the kind of behavior that we've seen. There isn't. Sorry. When I called Mrs. Harlos, as she has apparently pointed out to several people publicly, I don't watch her podcast or YouTube, so I don't know. I told her, I'm not going to hide it. I absolutely did tell her that there were a couple people on this board that were intentionally pushing her buttons, and it was obvious to me. Those people no longer serve on this board. And here's where the line was drawn for me. Because I called with that with the intent, and I might not have said it very well. I will accept my own blame on that. But I called with the intent of, hey, back off, lighten up, or something's going to happen. And her response was, I know what I'm doing. So this was intentional. So as much as it pains me, I will be voting yes on this motion. And at the end of this meeting, I can't stand any of you anymore, and I will be resigning.
Ms. Adams.
So, I'm not going to say anything I don't think that I haven't already said to Ms. Harlos. We talked about this. For me, I probably have a philosophical difference with many of you. To me, abuse is always aggression. Aggression may not always be abuse, but abuse is always aggression. And it is my contention that many members of this board, myself included, have been relentlessly verbally abused by our secretary, to the point that it has made it damn near impossible for me to do the job I was elected to this board to do. I think part of one of the underlying factors is that it absolutely is, and I'm not saying I have an issue with communicating to the members what is going on. I absolutely think we all have an obligation to do that. But this jump to fan the fire, this jump to inflame mob culture, this jump to support cancel culture is part of the problem. And let me be clear why I say that. Cancel culture is not about justice. cancel culture is not about ethical behavior. Cancel culture is about control. People use cancellation to force conformity of ideas. So while we are being accused of persecuting someone for her ideas, let me make it very clear, I see that very much in the reverse. Clearly, issues of decorum for me have nothing to do with language. They certainly have nothing to do with hair color or clothing choices or lifestyle choices, right? We've all met. This is not about that. This is about abusive behavior. This board, members of this board, were publicly accused of attempted bullycide. For anybody who's unclear, that's a felony. It's a federal felony. We were accused of trying to cause physical harm by way of death to another member of this board, and I take that accusation incredibly seriously. More than once on our list, I have been accused of harassment by our secretary. I have had to ask the chair for a ruling on the list in a benign damn thread, where I asked a question, literally a question. Madam Chair, is it possible to streamline our minutes procedure and still follow policy? That was the question that got me accused of harassment, where I had to call for a ruling of the chair. Madam Chair, was my statement harassment? And after I got the ruling, Secretary Harless apologized, but not before. Before, when I brought it up, she said, well, I didn't mean harassment that way. You don't get to backpedal. Listen, if you say something and we all step in it, all of us, I do it all the time. Again, we've met. But own it. Don't backpedal. Don't dig. Yeah, I did that, but it's not really my fault. It feels very Steve Urkel. Did I do that? Yeah, you did. At some point, that has to stop. So yes, Secretary Harless, absolutely, we should listen to everything she has to say. We should consider every statement of defense that she has to say, because she certainly has rights. But as a member of this board, I have the right to work in an abusive-free situation. And I know that there are members that are going to disagree, but from my perspective, abuse is always aggression. Aggression may not always be abuse, but abuse is always aggression. As a member of this board, I have been abused repeatedly and filed complaints as such by our secretary. And that, for me, is the issue. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak for the motion? Mr. Sexton.
Yeah, so normally I'm the alternate, so I'm afforded the ability to be a little quieter than most people on issues. And most of the times I don't vote and let Stephen take it, because Stephen's usually pretty good at voting. I voted on this one because I feel strongly for it, and when I found out Stephen wasn't going to be here today, I made arrangements to get here so that I could be here to represent my region. I don't like to usually speak unless I have something nice to say, so it's kept me all but quiet this entire LNC term, because there haven't been a lot of things nice to say. And a lot of that comes down and is very well detailed in this motion that Ms. Epke put together. Any one of these things would be enough to suspend a board member and any other board. And then in collection, I don't think there's anybody here that could safely argue that what is in here isn't enough. But, you know, I don't have anything personal against Ms. Harless, but, you know, I wasn't elected to make friends. I wasn't elected to do what was best for my re-election or my political future. I was elected to do what was best for the business of the party, and I think this clearly outlines that the removal of Ms. Harless is in our best interest to maintain any sort of professionalism that this party requires to move forward and get the business done. So with that, I'll be voting yes.
Anyone else wishing to speak for the motion? Ms. Horvath?
short. No one in this room and no one on this board would find this kind of conduct, especially by an officer, acceptable in any other professional setting. I do not think this detrimental and destructive behavior is helpful or conducive for a productive board, as it hasn't been all year. We have lost members, we have lost volunteers, we have lost donors, we have even lost elected officials and members of this LNC due to the ongoing destruction that we've allowed to occur. There's no good reason to tolerate someone being obstructive to their colleagues and making it harder for all of us to do our work. And after constant public attacks on her colleagues in disregard for any decorum and courtesy, it is not possible to have a healthy and functional board while she's in this position. In order to get back on track, we need to put an end to this toxic culture that we are now dealing with, get out of our holding pattern, and get back to work against the state, not with each other.
Anyone else? I think there's time left for this. I'm not sure. Okay. Mr. Longstress was keeping time, but no one else wishes to be recognized for the affirmative side. Mr. Wilford?
I was just going to move that we yield the rest of the affirmative time side and proceed with the negative side.
Second.
I second.
Any objection to yielding the rest of the time for this side to Ms. Harlows? All right, Ms. Harlows?
Give me just one moment.
Yep.
Okay. This is a stand-up thing. I want to, before getting to the thing I was able to prepare at least a little bit, I would like to answer some of the things that are here. For one thing, I think we have proven it's not a trial or a hearing of any kind when people are already saying how they're going to vote without even hearing me speak. We would never accept that from a jury. I find that particularly interesting. And I am going to object. Some things can be technically right, but be morally wrong. Mr. Nikela left without knowing his alternate was going to come, and his alternate came without telling him. Can he do that? Yeah. Is it? How is that going to look to the members? Because it's really difficult here because it's hard to defend myself without breaking decorum. Though I heard all kinds of awful things about myself, I am going to try to avoid doing that here because in meetings, I generally don't. But I think that was a really not so kosher move, and I think we're going to hear about it. And that's okay. If that's the way you got to win, I feel bad for you. But let's answer some of this now. Ms. Sarwark mentioned doing work against the state. You're going to start now? Oh, that's fun. I wish we had done that earlier. The one time we started talking about COVID, that whole already against the next mandate, I tried to present that to you guys in January. I had to fight for the 5 minutes of agenda time, and I barely got it. And then I got the pin drop. So it would be nice if you started fighting against the state. That would be quite pleasant. Now, Mr. Phillips mentioned all these accusations that were not borne out. Which ones? There's none in that evidence. Some of them were personal opinion. But there was no kind of accusation that would lead to fraud. Certainly not in that evidence. And I've heard kinds of opinions that aren't really what I'm allegedly being tried for. You know, it'd be like saying, well, you know, you ran over my dog too, and that's why I'm going to vote yes. It'd be like, well, it's not in the motion. I might have done that, but it's not in the motion. There were no evidence of accusations put in there that weren't borne out. What it was the spaghetti thrown against the wall to see what would stick. If I took every single moment of any of your saucy words and put them in one folder, out of context and without anything else, I could make you out to be Rasputin. Easily. The most nicest one among you, I could do that. With the thing with the electronic meetings trying to make me out to be a hypocrite, my parliamentarian is a world-class parliamentarian. You know, there is such a thing as changing your mind with certain arguments. That's what happened there. Anyone calling me a hypocrite? How dare you? The only thing I have is my integrity. He convinced me otherwise. I don't like it because I still think hybrid meetings suck. But you want to know what I think sucks more? Waiting until somebody leaves and then substituting in. Because I think Mr. Nikela thought he was obeying the desire of his region. Does the desire of his region change depending upon what representative is here? I know some funky business has gone on with some of the things with regions, but that's okay because that's between you and your regions. I could have all kinds of feels about it, but it really ultimately isn't my lane. But really, this would never be tolerated. I think you guys have a short memory when on the actual official LP.org blog, Mary Brewer and Wayne Allen Root were trading barbs at each other on the blog. In fact, that's been the culture of this body. You might not like it, you might want to change it, but don't rewrite history, because that's nonsense. Now, Ms. Adams, I apologize to Ms. Adams for the sake of peace. People use words differently. I tend to be somewhat of a colorful person. I did not mean harassment in the way she took it. I apologize because she was hurt by it, not because I did anything wrong. Because I believe in people before party and before politics. I disagreed with our chair's thing on what I said, but I respected her position and I yielded to it. But in my own personal life, no, nothing, I love Aaron, but that reaction was inappropriate. And what happened in that thread is basically Ms. Hogarth just told me in a couple sentences that I was a sucky-ass secretary. And that's why I responded badly. And you want to know what? People needle me, and you guys have said this to me personally, and nothing gets said to them. If Mr. Nikela was here, he'd say,
I object to being maligned.
no, this is my trial. I am allowed to defend myself. You maligned me.
I'm happy to be overruled by the chair.
It's not a trial,
Well,
but this is her time to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Chair.
so, you know that it's Simpsons where Bart's poking Lisa until she finally goes, that's what has happened a lot. And I think that is what maybe Mr. Phillips was trying to warn me about, which is interesting that you needed to be warned about something. That's quite sinister to me. But I'll say he might have been warning me about that. There was a lot of ow, 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 and then funny. And then when I react and all of a sudden it's all my fault. If you want to look at for hypocrisy, look in the mirror sometimes here. Because what Ms. Hogarth did to me in that thread was completely inappropriate and humiliating. There was nothing constructive in it. But now I'll get to more of what I prepared for now that I answered some of the points. We already went over the due process issue. And honestly, I think that's where you guys are going to be tried in the court of public opinion. I'm really, really ashamed. I wouldn't deny Satan due process. I would bend over backwards. The reputation of our party depends upon it. But I'm going to deal with some things that you need to deal with before you even get to the evidence, even though I see some people have already made up their minds, which is not fair. We dealt with the lack of due process. But there's also unclean hands. That's a legal term, kind of, where the fruit of the poisonous tree. You don't even get to the evidence, even if you think the guy is guilty of sin, if the cops got the evidence in the wrong way. So you guys are going to have to bear with me as I pull up my notes, because I lost where I put it separately, but that's fine. The audience members have my complete script here, because I want the members to see what I'm presenting. Okay, let me make this bigger. Issues with the process, but now issues with the background. And let me make this large, because I think this really needs to be seen. Okay, that's as big as I can get it. All right. I'm sorry?
You can make it bigger.
Will you
Slide
help
it
me?
at the bottom right.
Yeah, the view, you can.
Yeah, if you could help me, I'd really appreciate it. Well, I'll let them do that. there was an email exchange between myself and Mr. Longstreth. And in this email change, I confront Mr. Longstreth with the verbal disclosure that Mr. Phillips mentioned, that certain LNC members were setting me up and trying to goad me into certain responses, which would be completely inappropriate to begin with. But in response, where's my page down now? Okay, here we go. In response, I got this email from Mr. Longstreth, and there's something really, really interesting here that I've highlighted that I have to read here because it didn't come off here. Mr. Longstreth said, I believe what Phillips told you about a setup because I tried to stop it, as he can verify. We did successfully for nearly a year. This is dated July 14th, 2021. Ironically, that's a year to the date I was elected. So ever since I was elected, there was a certain group trying to overturn the will of the delegates, and you guys are proud of that? But there's something else really interesting here. In this email chain, and I'm not going to blame him for it because I don't think he did anything wrong, but Mr. Longstreth asked me if I was trying to make him commit suicide. Oh, I thought we weren't allowed to say anything like that. Hypocrites.
Objection.
I'm moving on.
My objection here is that these are internal list documents that were sent between the chair and Ms. Harlos regarding a conflict. It was a private resolution. This is not something that should be shared. It was a personal, deeply personal matter.
I am whistleblowing that I was being set up for a year.
That was private.
I don't care.
I am not objecting to her allegation that there has been a setup
I
for
will
a year.
move on.
I'm objecting to any other comments.
I will move on. I want the rest of my time. I will move on to just the thing for a year. I will not address the other issue.
So are you gonna take this down?
No, this isn't the part he's objecting to. He was objecting to another comment in another email, and I won't go to that one. This one he said was fine, and I know I'm not taking this down because I was being set up for a year. And any of you who vote for this are dirtying your hands with that, even if you think I'm guilty as sin. And what do you, let's just move on. Oh, it's not about what I said. I'm gonna read my script right here. It's about a core group of people who wanted someone else elected. It may very well be about a former chair who threatened me. This is dirty. This alone is enough to vote no, but wait, as they say on TV, there's more. At the time of the first motion to suspend, Ms. Epke outlined her reasons to support that motion. And her top 4 reasons have nothing at all to do with any alleged misconduct on my part, but rather are about her ideological differences with me, which are fundamentally internal factional disputes between moderates and radicals, and utterly inappropriate for a removal motion. And that is here. These 4 things, and there's printouts floating around here, and you guys be more than welcome to take one of the packets. Those aren't just for members, just walk off with them, I'm fine. These 4 things here have absolutely nothing to do with my behavior. It has to do with radical tactics. These 4 points are Ms. Epke's opposition to me being a radical. Now, true, after these 4, she went on to things that were more relevant to Mr. Longstreth's original motion, but they weren't even her top 4. The fact that these are even included in here. But let me repeat, I supported the motion to remove the secretary, not because I bear her any ill will, but because I believe that we want to see a world set free in our lifetimes, we need to accept certain premises. I disagree with her on those premises, so she wanted to remove me for it. She did go on, to be fair, to mention certain other things. And I say this here, but she does go on to talk about alleged misconduct, but I said those top 4. You absolutely cannot allow a majority to remove a minority voice because they don't like their ideology. That is gross. Let's be clear. She said the quiet part out loud. I say all my parts out loud. In her post, she admits that she is desirous of removing me first and foremost because I'm a radical, and only secondarily because of some excuse of some things that they've been setting me up for a year. Let me continue. Other LNC misconduct. In lobbying for votes to suspend me, Multiple LNC members weaponized the staff and attempted to pressure people by saying that 4 staff members would resign if they did not vote yes on this motion. That is beyond inappropriate. We have a wall between staff and internal politics, and that this would be weaponized as gross misconduct, and I call upon the chair to investigate this, because I think that's grounds for removal. And y'all who did it know who you are, and it was to multiple people. Now, whistleblowing. I believe I'm a whistleblower. As such, punishing statements in that context with removal is outrageous. And I'm directly targeted in the charge for whistleblowing. It was much more vaguer with Mr. Longstress. It's explicit in Ms. Epke's. It's not required that anyone on the LNC believe I'm a whistleblower. The standard is my belief reasonable? We received 1,200 emails in support of me. Unless you think you are just so much more reasonable and sane than those members, it's at least reasonable, even though you can disagree. So this isn't about New Hampshire, but it also goes back to the silence on the COVID regime. One was about corruption, which was proven, and the other was about gross dereliction of duty. And I still maintain, until we laid out already against the next mandate, we were in gross dereliction of our duty. I was elected by a majority of the delegates on the first round. I ran explicitly on a whistleblower platform. You guys are trying to remove me for keeping my campaign promises. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear the audio, but I'm going to play it anyway. I'm going to put this up as far as I can. Either way, I'll hear it and I'll be entertained by it. But this is what I ran on, if it comes up. If not, I'm just going to keep on talking. Hold on.
I can tell you many things that I have upgraded and reformed, but all of that is irrelevant without our principles. All I have is my integrity, and you might not always agree with me, but nearly everyone who has ever been on the opposite side of an issue with me has never doubted that my position was never expediency or popularity. It was always what was right. You guys might forget a couple years ago when there was a secret clause in the Gary Johnson contract that would have been secret from you guys forever. I did the daring thing of moving to rescind the chair's signature on that contract. It was scarily. You must be fearless. And let me tell you, I will always expose what I see to be backroom shadiness and potential corruption in this party. And that's not always popular.
The delegates liked what I was serving up, and they're the ones who elected me. There's been zero evidence that I'm different today. Whoa. Than with the delegates elected. Some delegates do have buyer's remorse. That's fine. But they can't show they were blindsided. I got right up there and told you what I was going to do, and I did it, like I always do. You don't get to overturn the will of the delegates because you don't like their choice or because you find it impossible to work with me. That's on you. I don't find it impossible to work with all of you, and there's some of you I really don't like, and that's okay. Working with people you find difficult is part of the job, and if you can't handle the pink-haired secretary, you can't handle the state. Now let's examine some of the charges. The first one, and I disagree very respectfully with my friend Aaron. Violation of the NAP. It's outrageous. I've given my opinions with support. Words are not violence. I don't even believe in libel laws. But even if you do, you all are public figures. It's not slander. And me saying my opinion where fellow LNC members can simply change the channel is also not harassment for public figures. This is incredibly chilling and punitive to any future whistleblowers, even if you don't think I'm one. If this suspension should pass, the LNC just fundamentally redefined the definition of the NAP and played right into the hands of those touting microaggressions. Basically, what was said in that motion is that I am basically unfit to be a party member, and how dare you? Put this definition of the NAP before the convention delegates and see what they have to say about it. I don't think you'll like it. And if they do, well, we've lost our soul. I'm accused of being in violation of the social media policy. The social media policy is about social media volunteers. It is not about LNC members. If you are going to accuse an officer, a duly elected both times on the first round by a majority, of violating something, you should at least read it. Okay, here it is, section 501. This policy does not apply. And I'm going to tell you exactly how. The LNC in here, right there. This commitment starts from the time the LNC or the chair trusts the employee or qualified employer, blah, blah, blah. The LNC is distinguished as something separate from the qualified volunteer, and it's clear that the qualified volunteer is someone who's conducting social media presence for the representation of the Libertarian Party. I am not a social media volunteer. This is completely irrelevant, and it's just more throwing crap against the wall and seeing what doesn't smell. This one smells. The entire section is about social media volunteers. Next, I'm accused of being in violation of the conflict of interest. All it says is you must disclose. Doesn't say anything other than that. And I've disclosed. I, in fact, disclosed that I'm routinely invited to conventions and get value in kind. I don't see anyone else disclosing that. Last term, we had a couple on the LNC that half the LNC didn't even know they were married, and that wasn't disclosed. Earlier today, and I'm not accusing Mr. Phillips of doing anything wrong. This isn't this term. By the way, I see Mr. Lucchini was surprised. I'm talking about last term. I just didn't want you to think I was talking about anyone here. There's no secret marriages. With all due respect to Mr. Phillips, we advertised his knives right here in the middle of an LNC meeting. Good for him. I hope he makes a shit ton of money. His knives are wonderful. Buy one. Being on the LNC is expensive. It shouldn't be open only to affluent members. And a lot of people are liberty activists, and that's how they make their money. Nobody can show that I behaved improperly. And frankly, even if I had, our policy doesn't prohibit that. Even Roberts doesn't. Even Roberts says you can't force someone to recuse themselves, even if they're going to make $1 million off the vote. They should, but you can't force them to. People have been fundraising for their liberty activism forever. Now, the one that is obligations among board members and staff, harassment and offensive behaviors, that one, perhaps, I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass. Perhaps that's the one that should have been stuck with. However, there's a procedure for that, and it isn't moving right to suspension. It's to go to the chair, and they investigate and make a recommendation. That hasn't been done here. There's a definite procedure. And then claiming I wouldn't have taken, there's been no other members, there's been no other attempts. There's been no official coming to me. There's been no censure. There's been no letter of reprimand. It went right to suspension, and we've learned it's been going on for a year, ever since I was elected, duly elected, by delegates at convention. We want to talk about fraud? Yeah, let's talk about fraud.
But again,
I think I'm allowed to be speaking here without, the heckling.
that's for the chair to determine.
It is for the chair to decide, and I'm just going right on.
Your objection is noted.
Thank you very much. And you want to know what? Half of this LNC engages in similar behavior of which I'm accused. Mr. Sexton was at the bar in Chicago, and you want to know what? You told me, no, excuse me, Valenti, my apologies. I got upset. David Sexton's never done anything wrong. Sorry.
That's not true either.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you have, but I haven't seen it. Mr. Valenti was at the bar, and there were all these kinds of jokes that a lot of people would find offensive, such as the typical, now you guys are probably going to laugh, but a lot of people would find this offensive, and I have to repeat it, so I apologize. The typical family tree in West Virginia is a telephone pole. Now, a lot of people would find that very offensive, and apparently Mr. Valenti got so inappropriate with me that his wife urged him that he had to apologize to me. He was very drunk, and it got out of control. You don't see me running to remove Mr. Sexton. If I had to repeat oh my God, I am going to buy you something. I can't do that. Now I'm bribing you. Apologies with sackcloth and ashes. If I were to repeat every off-color joke an LNC member has said to me, well, how much time do we have? Is vague booking about member emails appropriate? Because there's someone here who does that all the time. Is laughing about the idea that someone thinks you're a whistleblower, even if you disagree, conducive to encouraging actual whistleblowing? Well, Ms. Sarwark has a bad habit of that. I find cursing in meetings offensive, and some of the people who do it say, yeah, you know, guilty as charged. And I certainly find telling delegates in convention to eat a dick not exactly appropriate. Are we going to be doing a censure on that now too? If this policy was violated by me, it was violated by a majority of you all. If you put forth an omnibus motion to censor right now for about half of the LNC, I'd give you the names, I'd put my own on it, and I'd vote for it. But right now you're targeting me, and the members know it, and I know it. But here's the grossest part of all. I can now prove I'm being targeted as a whistleblower. Thank you, Ms. Epke. The Bill of Particulars alleges that my actions have resulted in the loss of LNC officers. It's blatantly false. The only officer that was lost was the chair, who was proven to be corrupt. It's my fault he resigned. You should be thanking me if it's my fault. That directly is an admission that I'm being targeted for that activity. Now, but for my interviews on June 13th, I believe we would be seeing a very different situation here. You are free to disagree, but a lot of people agree with me, which means it's not unreasonable. This one accusation poisons this entire process. I did not cause the resignation of Mr. Bishop Henchman. He caused his own resignation. It's shameful to be accused of such, and the obvious glee. Listen, I wasn't blaming his spouse, as it was said. I was blaming what his spouse was documenting, which was, as you guys know, right there, cackling, as he did in his last act. You're going to tell me I haven't been retaliated against? I've got a bridge to sell you. All right, moving on. The outgoing chair, while leaving, by the way, called me somebody who covers for bigots. Not a word from the LNC repudiating that. Shameful. That same outgoing chair threatened to sue both me and Joshua Smith. Again, chilling whistleblowers. Yet you blame me for accusing the LNC of being soft on encouraging, exposing corruption. Nobody spoke out when the chair threatened to sue me and Joshua. That's why I think that. But you know, I do the slightest thing, and I get dogpiled. It's crazy. This bill clearly targets me as a whistleblower. Now, the alleged slander of, now there's another gross violation of multiple committee nominees. This is direct retaliation to me for expressing concerns about the fitness of certain candidates for committee roles. That's my job. Nothing said was slander. But besides that, it's gross misconduct, because those disclosures were made in a thread that was ordered to be confidential when Mr. Molman was acting chair. And it was made public to the embarrassment of that potential appointee and totally violating what I had every reason to believe was confidential. I did complain to the chair immediately. No responses yet, but I know she's busy and's got like the world on her shoulders. But this issue, whether Ms. Epke realized it or not, has impinged upon confidential concerns that I raised to the chair and vice chair, made known to the LNC, about a danger to my person that I felt. And if my concern is real, I'll be glad to tell you all in executive session. Ms. Epke could have put me in real danger. This is inexcusable. But it was that, let's just throw it up at the wall. I don't even think she realized what she was posting on there, or whoever put together that folder, because I don't believe it was Ms. Epke, to be honest with you. The LNC needs to take accountability here. That's a very, very serious thing. You want to talk about exposing the party to liability? Let's say my security concerns are valid, and something really terrible should happen to me. I might not sue the party. But if I got killed, I can tell you my husband probably fucking would, would. This is awful. To say my comments risk liability is just clown world. The alleged accusation of abuse by an LNC member without evidence. Facebook posts aren't law, and I did provide evidence to the LNC member in question who wrote me and asked me for it. He didn't agree. That's fine. People disagree. So that was just completely false. But here's something, oh my God, it just goes from gross to gross. Alleged generation of conflict with state parties demonetized. Let's look at these, at what I'm being punished for. This is it. What is the Mises present in Missouri this weekend? I'm campaigning. We have a sitting, I think Ms. Ebke took the fall for this. I feel bad for keep saying Ms. Ebke because I don't think she gathered this, personally. What is happening is a sitting LNC member is calling out a campaign post of mine and asking me to be removed for campaigning for an internal position. Do you guys think this is going to survive a judicial committee review? Oh my, each of them? What's the Mises present in Wisconsin? This was in the folder of my crimes. What's wrong with this post? I'm going to Wisconsin. I want to meet friends who are my campaign supporters. This is outrageous. That's all I can say. It was because people just threw things at the wall. Alleged loss of donors and members. There's no proof given. I can give you proof of people who joined because of me. But here's the thing. People come, people go. That's just a fact of the party. If you don't think the 1,200, 900 before, and I'm guessing, I think I'm going low with 300 here, are evidence that there are people in this party who actually like me if you don't, come on. But here's what's interesting. Large donors. Do large donors get to buy LNC members now? Wait, I thought I was accused of being bought. Funny how that works. Allegation that I recklessly harmed the reputation of the party. It's a party before principles. The LNC's tone deaf. I don't think I harmed it too much when I got more emails than anyone else in the history of this party, as far as I know, though those emails have only been in a few years. But I got more than Tom Woods. Let's look at some of the screenshots of me harming the reputation of the party. For calling out stuff, let me tell you, people have more confidence in this party because they know the RNC and DNC, you'd never know their funny business. Here you go. This is what I am doing. Tell me this isn't whistleblowing. They're attacking me, but all of y'all were silent on the letter issued by the chair. That letter was fishy as hell, and he never repudiated it. I kept asking him to, me and Joshua, and no one else did. I have reasonable belief for feeling like you guys were not taking whistleblowing seriously. Right here. What's my crime here? It's my view that the attempted coup in New Hampshire and everything associated with it's the most pernicious scandal in this party's history, and I believe that. And I think everyone else was blasé about it. I could be wrong, but if I believe that, I have a duty to say something about it. What else here? This is just me. You might not like the way I said it, whistleblowing. That these were my crimes. You don't like the way I said it? I don't like the coup. And if you're more concerned about how I'm exposing it than the actual coup, priorities, people. And this is Valenti again, just laughing it up with JBH after he resigned, and now we know what he did. Okay? When I asked Susan for an example of what these horrid emails were that she's convicting me on, here's the example she gave me. Welcome to Oregon, people, caused by the LNC once again. Burn the witch! You might not like the way I word things, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's true. When I say the LNC, before we repudiate the chair, we have collective responsibility. I'm also the LNC. Now I say the LNC chair. But that's just collective agency. Everyone now knows I was right. Let me go through here. So, let's keep going. All right, now here's the really good one that members wrote and said, holy cow, here's my crime. This is just undisputably true. Let this sink in. The LNC has spent more time talking about how I'm indecorous than they spent on the COVID regime by a factor of 10. That is just true. This is my crime? Okay. Guilty. Guilty as charged then, I guess. More about the COVID thing. And yeah, I cuss. So does Mr. Phillips, so does Aaron Adams. And I don't think there's anything wrong with them doing it. I learned how to get the art of cussing from Mr. Phillips. He's a genius. So, continuing. Pointing out your faults makes you hard to work with. Okay. I find Susan hard to work with. Sometimes I find Richard hard to work with. Neither of them should be removed. So I said here, if I believe the LNC is in dereliction of its duties, I guess I've got to be quiet? No, I'd be in dereliction of my duties. And do you doubt I have provided ideas and plans already against the next mandate? Already proves that I did. But I'm going to show you something that Ms. Hogarth said, because I promised her I would, that's grosser than anything I've ever said, and crueler than anything I said. But I want to tell you first, I want to remind you, let me just go right here. Let's just keep going. Here's what I said. To the General Committee, I have laid out numerous specific things over the past year. Each time I'm shot down. And when I bring it up again, I get asked, what specifications? This really feels like gaslighting. This is not rude. This is the cry of the unheard. And the next day, and the comments prove it was talking about me because another member specifically mentioned me, and Ms. Hogarth liked the post, as did 3 LNC members. This is what she said. It's not gaslighting if you're actually crazy. Okay. All right. And you wonder why I go public. Not everyone's guilty, but a lot of y'all are guilty of doing what I do. I have a bigger reach. Does it matter? And then, here's some more. Posts. These are my crimes. These are religious posts. Why in the hell would you put religious posts in here? This is me saying how hurt I am and how God is working on me. How is this a crime? Where I said how I'm trying to forgive Richard because I don't like having hatred in my heart. Well, how is this your business? How dare you put this in a list of my crimes, my crying out to God? There's another one. Some more here. I'm struggling with God right now. I've never hated anyone, but God forgive me, today I do. If you're a praying person, please pray for me. How dare you put this in my list of crimes? Now, a list of crimes is me asking for an attorney to secure my rights. That's just bullying me not to get an attorney. I've said over and over and over and over again I'd never sue this party, ever, because it would hurt the members. But this is my crime here, because I asked for an attorney. How dare me? And you're going to vote yes on this? Oh, God. You might think I'm awful, but this isn't the evidence of it, or it's so tainted. Let's continue. What's wrong with that post? Here, this is another crime. I have a favor. I do believe I'm being passively aggressive, mostly by Ms. Hogarth, since we're all attacking each other here. I wish we never had to get to this point. I ask that you please politely and with your real name and email write the LNC. How dare me ask members to write you politely? I'm not allowed to do that? Of course I'm allowed to do that. Next one. Here's the rumor. Why is this a crime? That I mentioned there's a credible rumor they're going to try to remove me again. It's true, I guess, here we are. Why was this in my list of crimes? Let's see here. Right here. Deep breath. Because I mentioned, go on to talking about the assault, which is just even, it just goes from gross to gross here. Addressing the issue of my complaint over the assault. You know, sometimes when people are the victims of something, they're not the perfect victims. You know, like George Floyd might have done drugs, and that's This isn't what libertarians do. You're never gonna have a perfect victim. So now, I'm getting crucified because I actually brought up my 2016 assault? In what possible world would I be suspended for reporting an assault and letting people, and I know me and TJ didn't, and I know he meant no harm. And I apologize if it hurt TJ, but I was feeling hurt as a victim of something that I've been trying to get attention for 5 years now. Okay, thank you. Look, here's another crime of mine, when I had a genuine question to chair candidates. What is your position on the accusation that there's a flood of bigots taking over the party? Because our former chair cited that. How is this wrong? Am I being punished because someone doesn't like my questions? Next, pointing out general issues and double standards. I'm not allowed to do that now. I can't do it on the list. I can't do it on my show. I do it on the list, I get dogpiled. I do it on my face. You can't win for losing sometimes. I'm gonna try to find, I think we are almost here. I'd like to address the videos, but no timestamps were given. And I can't guess, I shouldn't even be expected to guess. But let me just give a general thing. The burden of proof on the accuser, that was just an evidence dump that we would never take from any prosecutor. But let me just give a general. Some of those are very emotional videos. Whether or not he agrees with me, I considered Richard one of my best friends, and I felt backstabbed. Not by the suspension motion, but by the fact you tried to remove me from every committee, and you did it twice. I'm allowed to be upset about that. That was the worst betrayal I've ever had. You might not agree, but those were emotional videos, and you say things out of your emotions sometimes that you don't word exactly artfully.
There's an apology. I'm sorry.
There's a long practice here of digging your metaphorical fingers into a person and punishing them when they react. There are screenshots of my social media profiles. All of them make clear I'm not representing the party. I can't hide that I'm the national secretary. I got fucking pink hair. And it's obvious anyone who knows about YouTube knows how the monetization system works there. There's nothing improper about it. Let me finish. This is a question for the delegates, not the LNC. You don't like how I make my living. It's not your business. To claim that I'm making things more dramatic to make money is just a character tack without foundation. I'm a performance artist. I was elected as a performance artist. That's me. It is indecorous, in fact, to make that accusation without proof. The video, which seems to be at the center of contention, is one where I am obviously crying out in anguish, where I'm trying to heal from a very dark time. And I felt that certain LNC members didn't have the courtesy to just leave me alone for a while. When somebody tells you they're in a dark place, it won't hurt you to just leave them alone for a while, but certain people were just needling me to death. Expressions of worry about somebody fall flat when you fail to just leave them alone for a little while. And I would like to, I know Mr. Nana has something he'd like to say. I want to yield the rest of my time.
Sure. So I will try to be brief. First off, I'd like to say that I chiefly represent my region, and as such, I consulted the chairs here. All 4 chairs support allowing the delegates to make this decision in Reno. We are approximately 8 months away, give or take a month. It's quick math. But I would like to say I'm glad that the chairs felt this way, because I also personally feel this way. There have been allegations that the Secretary's behavior has stopped the board from functioning. Do I believe Karen Ann should behave differently at times? Absolutely.
Karen Ann thinks so.
But it has not stopped me from doing my duties. It has not stopped me from helping get somebody appointed to City Council. It has not stopped me from dropping 1,500 pieces of literature in the last 3 weeks. It did not stop me from being appointed to the Board of Zoning Appeals locally. Several of us here need to learn to ignore things and get out into their community and stop living on the email list for the LNC. Frankly, I sometimes feel Karen Ann Harless is being used as an excuse for folks to feel better about doing nothing tangible in their own local realm. I don't believe this is even about the Secretary's actions. I believe it is factional, personal, and mostly along caucus or previous caucus lines. Maybe this isn't the way I should handle things personally, but I do my best to keep my head down and ignore detractors, which is something that I can say that the Secretary should probably be doing better as well. but, you know, she's the one that's on trial, so,
Not a trial.
well, it might as well be at this point. This is something, I said that, I have even personally had one member of the current board make unwanted disparaging remarks about my appearance. Did I run to the chair or even tell anyone outside of people I considered friends? No, I did not. Should I have? Maybe after seeing what's going on here. I am not opposed to constructive criticism and discipline, but I do not find this to fall under that. I would even support censure, but a removal without a trial, as we alluded to, this is not something you're getting my vote for.
Madam Chair?
Are you done using your time for your?
I have a motion. Or Mr. Molman, do you have a motion?
I've done a motion.
Okay.
I was just gonna speak.
We are in a.
Mr. Molman.
We are in a motion right now.
All right. I just want to reiterate that this is not a trial, that no attorneys are present, that that is my biggest sticking point on this whole damn mess. Listen, if there was a trial process and the jurors in that case decided that Ms. Harless needed to be removed, I would respect that. I may disagree, but I would respect it. The delegates put Ms. Harless here. There are plenty of times where I've lost fights on the floor at convention and been pretty sad about it. I come back 2 years later and I fight again. It's been said that you don't get the board you want. That's been said by multiple LNC members in the past. And this is not the same as a professional board. We don't have shareholders that can yank people out at a whim. We're not a for-profit corporation. We're kind of actually pretty unique. I mean, maybe the Greens might maybe be closest to us, maybe. You got two big parties that are all about the money. You've got us.
Time.
Okay. Yeah.
Alright, so we have 10 minutes now for response.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't take up the whole time. I do want to make just a couple of comments. First of all, I think that it's useful on the question of social media to go to recommendation A, that the Special Investigatory Committee provided yesterday, and yes, it's a recommendation, but it is something that I think that we need to consider, where they said candidates for election to the LNC as well as the applications for paid position as staff or contractors should abide by a new policy. They're recommending a policy, it's not in place now. I think it would be best practices, that there's no distinction on the political battlefield between one's professional and one's personal social media. What was seen as personal in the early days of social media is no longer personal, not in the academy, not in business, and especially not in politics. That would have solved many of our problems, I think, here if there had been a reasonable level of attention to that policy or to that idea. I will tell you that I think just about everybody, certainly all of the primary members on the committee who are sitting around this table have been consulted, including the vice chair, including Mr. Raudsep, including Mr. Nikela. Were all invited to give some input, and their input was considered as we put together this course of action. Finally, the secretary posted the first four of eight points that I made on my social media page, on my national committee member page. Number 5, my reason for voting for the removal of the secretary, which I explained, and that motion at the time in June seemed to have retreated, is that she engages in a pattern of behavior on social media, especially, that is unbecoming of an officer of an organization such as ours. So to suggest that there was some sort of a factionalism here, I think is inaccurate. This is not former Prags versus radicals versus Mises versus anybody else. This is a desire for us to put the best foot forward for the party and not to look dysfunctional all the time. The group of people who came together on this motion represent every element of the party. So with that, I will close and yield, unless there's somebody else that wants to.
I do. How much time do we have left?
1 minute, 50 seconds.
So yeah, I want to echo a lot of what Ms. Epke said. Ms. Harlow said some things that I kind of want to address. Yes, a reasonable person might take things one way, or you can also take them the other way. Just because something looks like something doesn't mean it is. I work in the medical profession. A lot of times when you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras. But I'm here to tell you sometimes it is absolutely a zebra and not a horse. This has nothing to do with New Hampshire. This has nothing to do with any whistleblower thing. For me, I'm speaking to a pattern of behavior that is long-standing, long before New Hampshire, long before anything else. Has nothing to do with hair color. Simply has to do with the fact that I don't believe we should ask the volunteer board members to submit themselves to repeated abusive behavior and hostile environments simply by the virtue of being elected to these positions. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips and Mr. Ritchie.
I just have one thing to address. A lot of Mrs. Harlow's defense was that everybody, other people were doing similar things. I stated it in my original statement. I state it again now. 2 wrongs do not make a right. And while I am resigning, if I was going to remain on this board, if anybody made a motion to remove some of these other people, I would also vote yes for it.
Mr. Ritchie?
So I want to address something. Ms. Harlow's complained about lack of COVID response. We had a meeting that she instigated and chaired that started up this already against the next mandate. And then I offered to workshop some specific resolutions and measures, and that never happened. Make a damn motion.
I move to extend time for the people who were in line.
Mr. Nana was set to speak.
Yes. I would like to amend the motion.
Time has expired, so
Well-
you were not in line, so if you.
Well, point of information.
Yes.
I can't.
This is the affirmative side's time.
Yes.
At this time.
So you split it into 5 minutes?
Yeah, so
Oh,
it was.
I'm
it
sorry,
was
I
5
apologize
minutes.
then.
Affirmative went over 8 seconds. If you want to
Got
give
it.
5 minutes,
Okay.
8 seconds to the negative.
Alright, so Mr.
Or
Nana,
opposing. I
so there's 5
apologize.
minutes now for the, I see.
So I'm recognized, okay. I would like to amend the motion to substitute the word suspend for censure.
Second.
Is that in order at this time?
A censure, an amendment is in order. What I'm not sure of.
Does it require an extension of time?
No, however, I am not sure whether or not Ms. Harlow's gets to speak at this point.
I'll second. If I may suggest, because we're not voting on the main motion, so she can't vote on her own removal. She can vote on everything
Okay.
else.
Point
Okay.
of order. Point of order. I'm going to go ahead and ask for a ruling on that, because essentially, if this passes, then she has voted against her removal in favor of censure, and that does go against the bylaws and in what I think are clear bylaws, that she can't vote on her own motion regarding her removal. And this, since it amends away from that, would be her voting on that.
Madam Chair, I also have a point of parliamentary inquiry. I would question whether or not this is germane as an amendment, because it literally changes the basis of the motion. It's my opinion this would be parliamentary wise, a substitute motion, but not an amendment, and I'd like a ruling on that.
I believe that this particular amendment is in order. to your point of order about whether or not she can participate. Mr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
So we have a question as to whether or not Ms. Harlows can participate at this point, in which she just seconded a motion to amend the suspension to censure.
I believe
will say she cannot
she,
participate in the
yes.
vote. Pardon me?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say that again.
Okay, according to the rules, she cannot participate in the vote, and we need to know if her participating in the vote on the amendment counts.
I think she can participate in this vote. The way I read the rules, she cannot participate in a vote on removal, is what the rule says. And I agree with the chair that the motion to amend it from removal to censure is in order, both per Robert's rules and per your precedent. It is germane because it all deals with the behavior of the secretary. So I think it is germane, and it is permissible. It's my opinion that she would get to vote on this because it's not a natural vote on her removal.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion to.
What is your ruling, Madam Chair?
For your point of order, which is whether or not she can second and participate at this point, she can.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Madam Chair, if I may. Somebody else already offered to second it, so this is kind of a moot point.
Well, not if I would debate.
Yeah, there's other implications that come from allowing, and no offense to Ms. Harlow, I don't take the same reading as our parliamentarian, so I'm going to appeal.
Okay, so there's been an appeal from the ruling of the chair on whether or not Ms. Harlows can participate in this amendment.
You would get to
I don't have
first.
anything else to say about it.
Was it seconded?
Second.
The appeal? Yeah.
Ms. Adams.
Go ahead.
The reason why I appeal this ruling of the chair is our bylaws explicitly state in 6.7 that the person who is on charges do not have the authority to vote on their own removal one way or another, whether that's for or against. Essentially, by proposing this amendment, there is an active motion right now to remove the LNC secretary. If she is allowed to vote to change the effect of that motion, then that is making it so that she is voting on her removal, which is something explicitly not allowed in our bylaws. So I'm going to say that in this case, I disagree with our chair and our parliamentarian, and I would urge not to sustain this ruling by voting no.
Which side are you?
I support the appeal.
Okay. Okay, so, okay, go ahead.
All right, if that were the case, then the secretary would not have been able to vote on the agenda or to amend the agenda. If that were the interpretation. If that was on the agenda as well, the suspension? Yeah, the suspension was on the agenda. So if she wasn't allowed to vote on anything related to suspension at all, period, including anything around it, that would mean you wouldn't be able to vote on the agenda. So the point being is that it's clear what the intent of the delegates were. We know what the controversy was. The controversy was that Arvin Vohra got to vote on his own removal, which is ridiculous. So the solution to that was what was brought to convention, which was saying that a person could not vote on their own suspension, right? That was the point of it. That's the way it's worded. And it's obvious that she can participate, Ms. Harlows can participate in any business that's happened all day today, even inside of this motion, until we get to the last bit, if we get to the last bit, which is the suspension of Ms. Harlows. That vote, she may not vote, and that is very, very clear.
We are past time, Madam Chair.
Move to extend
Adam?
5 minutes.
Second.
Motion to extend for 5 minutes, it's been seconded. Any objection to?
Objection.
Okay. So an objection to extending for 5 minutes. All in favor of extending for 5 minutes, please raise your hand. 8. Oh, I'm sorry, do that again. The pillars are sorry. 8. And those opposed? 4.
2/3.
To extend time?
Yes.
It's double, as long as the one vote's at least double, it's 2/3.
All right, so we're extended for.
Sorry, where will Madam, will the chair be voting?
On extending time?
Yeah.
No.
Am I on doc? Am I up?
Yes, you're up.
Okay, so while I hear what Mr. Mullen's saying, it's kind of a straw man reach. So here's the thing. Yeah, I get it, and I get kind of where Ken is going with that. Voting on whether or not to accept an agenda, she was not voting to remove the suspension motion from the agenda. If that had come up, we would have objected then as well. What Mr. Longstress is saying is that she were, by voting on this, by speaking to this, she is literally having an opportunity to eliminate the motion against her. And that is participating in the same way. And I was there for the Voris situation. This is not just about removal. We did not allow Mr. Voris to vote on his own censure either.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Add the minutes.
Like, we fought that the whole time. That, it was part of that too. It was not just about the removal.
I already spoke.
Okay.
No,
Well, oh, that's right. I did
yeah.
you first. Mr. Wilford?
Yes, so I'm actually going to rise to oppose the rep I alternate for. I think the role of the chair is completely appropriate here. And there's kind of two pieces to it. One, I mean, we've heard from the parliamentarian. I could echo what he's saying. I could echo what Mr. Mullen is saying. But I do think within our rules it is appropriate. But beyond that, I think there's also like a practical aspect of this that needs to be examined. This amendment requires a majority vote. The suspension itself requires a 2/3 vote. If Ms. Harlow's vote is what swings this amendment, the suspension was never going to pass anyway.
That's true.
And this gives her the best chance at her own defense, which is what she's asked for, and I think it's a fair thing to ask for.
That's true.
So with that, I am going to be voting to uphold the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Longstreth? I'll have you next.
I've said everything that I need to say. If you're going to call on me, then I would call the question on this.
I just had a question because I'm unfamiliar. If you're pointing at me, I assume I'm recognized.
You're next.
You know, when she's not allowed to vote on her own removal, is she allowed to vote on her own censure? Yes. If the answer is yes, then that answers my question.
There is no rule that says otherwise. And Mr. Lucchini?
I was just going to call a question.
All right. Motion called.
We have 2.5 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
Question has been called. Is there any objection to calling the question? Hearing no objection, we will move to a vote on the amendment.
Ruling of the chair.
Ruling of the chair.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Here.
So a yes vote will uphold my ruling that Ms. Harlow does get to participate in this part. And a no vote overturns my ruling.
I'm so confused.
Yes.
Yeah, would you explain that again?
And the
Yes.
ruling again was, I'm so confused.
My ruling is that you do get to participate in the
Okay,
censure part of this.
If you agree, the yes vote is to uphold that ruling.
Correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Mr. Brown. I just, if you would like me to read the actual text of that bylaw provision, that's up to you, but I have it here.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Okay.
Ms. Adams?
My alternate has swayed me, so I'm going to vote to uphold the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Bowen?
Yes.
Ms. Epke?
Yes.
Mr. Fier?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
I'm passing. Ms. Hogarth?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
Mr. Wilford is a very wise addition to this body, I believe, and I will vote yes.
Mr. Lucchini?
Yes.
Mr. Molman?
Yes.
Mr. Nana?
Yep.
Mr. Sexton?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Ms. Arwer?
Yes.
I'm going to abstain.
Me too.
13-0-1.
The ruling of the chair is upheld. Ms. Harlow seconded. We are now in a motion to amend. Can we see it?
Oh, yeah, well, hold on one second. I'm like freezing off, it's like
Yeah,
cold
it
in
did
here.
get cold.
I will be speaking against.
And Madam Chair, we are at
You just want to
time
get on the
again.
list? Is that what?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we're at time again.
All right, time has expired on this item, which means unless someone moves to extend, and that is
Move to extend for
approved.
3 minutes.
Second.
And I would like to be the first speaker if possible.
No, sir.
Ms. Hogarth was on deck to speak. So,
But
we
the
have a motion
maker-
to extend for,
3 minutes. Can we get this done?
that's not what you were gonna do.
No.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to extend for 3 minutes. It was
Second.
seconded?
Seconded.
Okay. Any objection to extending for 3 minutes? Hearing no objection, we're extended. Ms. Hogarth?
Ms. Harlow has indicated previously, if the previous, okay, Ms. Harlow has indicated privately, publicly, privately, whatever, that a motion to censure would actually be a badge of honor. But aside from that, her behavior at this meeting today has indicated that she does not think that censure is appropriate. If she had shown signs that she understood that there was a problem in communication and working with the board, and that censure would be taken seriously and she would take that to heart, that would be one thing. But I'm against censure because she's indicated that that is not the way she would take it.
Mr. Muccini?
I'm going to yield my time.
Am I next?
Yes.
You are next.
Okay. That comment you're referring to, Ms. Hogarth, was a joke. It was playing off of a joke that Aaron said last term. Perhaps you don't know the context, and I don't know if Aaron would like me to repeat it because it might be embarrassing, but Aaron had joked that when the haters from the whole Sarwark thing with convention, that when she got the hate letters, she masturbated to them. It was a joke.
I mean, I said it.
And I was joking back. It was my circle of friends who would understand it. Of course, I don't think a censure is a badge of honor. You're getting disciplined. And I said in this very meeting where someone said, I think it was you, he said, I don't think Karen Ann always behaves appropriately. I said, I don't think Karen Ann always behaves appropriately. So I think that's completely false to say that I was just like, no. I wouldn't have said it. Now, do I think other people belong on this censure? Yeah. But I think I belong on it as well, and I'll deal with it, the other ones if it becomes necessary. But I don't think the members want that. They're tired of it. So no, I'm not always right. But there are no angels and demons. And if that's what it takes to move us forward, no, I'm not always right. There's things I did that I would do differently. We're in the middle of a big, big scandal. I'm a passionate person who sometimes overreacts. And I'm not going to say that every single thing I've done was perfect. It's not. I wouldn't have seconded it. And that's the first step. You don't go right to removal. And no, the thing about I would gold plate it and fap to it was a joke that my circle of friends, that includes Ms. Adams' same circle of friends, it was a callback to that joke. Obviously, I think it's humiliating to get censored. Obviously. Please don't take jokes as literal.
All right, I have 3 speakers on deck, but we are out of time now.
I move to extend for 5 minutes to allow
Second.
anyone to speak.
Motion to extend for 5 minutes has been seconded. Any objection? We're extended for 5 minutes. Mr. Nana, are you for or against the amendment?
I made it, so I'm for.
Mr. Ford, are you for or against the amendment?
I don't vote, I'm just saying, I've got a question.
But you were going to speak. Are you speaking
I
in
want
favor?
to speak on behalf of, if you will, of the, I have a question
Okay,
for Ms. Harlow. Sorry.
And I assume that you are, so Mr. Nana, it's your turn.
Okay.
It's actually done.
I made the amendment, obviously I support it. I think that real constructive change can happen if we take this action. I think that by now we all realize how serious this is, whichever way we're going to vote. And I really do think that if we move forward with the censure, that her behavior will change. But if it doesn't, then that gives us all the grounds we need to actually remove her in what I would consider a proper way at the next meeting or between meetings or however we have to do it. That's where I stand.
Mr. Ford?
I am probably the least knowledgeable person about procedure in this room, and I apologize for that. I would like to ask Ms. Harlow's question, particularly in the spirit of not being afforded a trial. So I guess, Ms. Harlow's, my question is, in terms of a censure, which I personally lean towards, what changes if in fact there's a censure as opposed to a suspension?
I actually want to go forward with Ms. Epke's original motion of a mediation with this board, with a professional reconciler to work things out. But honestly, there were two flashpoints. One of them was the New Hampshire issue. And we found out who, I don't think anyone else on this board was involved, and I said that quite frequently. We've got who was involved. That's done. Moving forward with the COVID thing removes another big pressure point. I wish Mr. Nikela was here. I asked Mr. Nikela, because I respect him and trust him, where he was gonna be like, he apologized to me. He goes, I should have, intervened where I thought you were being treated unfairly, but also intervened where I thought maybe you needed to pool it. So engaging a trusted friend, rather than just hearing things from maybe people I don't necessarily trust right now. But I know what the members want, and they want this board to move forward. If we throw anybody, and I don't want Mr. Phillips to resign, I will beg him not to. The members don't want that right now. This is a way forward that we can show the members something constructive. And Nana's right, because right now, let me be completely honest with you, I will appeal if I'm removed. It's gonna drag on another whatever, and I've got really good grounds for appeal. Let's heal the board now without dragging the judicial committee forward. And if anyone else wanted to enter that circle of advisors, if I trust you, and actually though we don't necessarily have the best relationship right now, I trust Mr. Fiera. That's fine, but there's other people here that I would love to get counsel from, as Mr. Molman.
Quick follow-up, the monetization issue is a concern for many, and that's, as a social media person, I have that issue. Does that end now?
No, because all of us, Ms. Epke's on the Platt Institute, all of us in some way do benefit. Mr. Phillips benefited here. But if anyone looked at my YouTube content, minus COVID or New Hampshire, has nothing to do with the LNC. And the ones that did were like when I examined Ms. Bilyeu's RCV vote, which I think actually calmed down people who were upset about the election, because she was the clear consensus candidate, and I explained it. And that's the stuff I would like to get back to doing. But we cannot have it where liberty activists cannot be on this board. And my goal has always been to work into full-time liberty activism. And we cannot exclude people from being on the board. But if you do want to exclude it, amend the policy manual, and I will comply.
Mr. Molman?
Funny that ended on that note, because that's, some of you have seen what I've started working on is an actual code of ethics. It started out as a kind of a tinkering thing, because I'm a bylaws dork. And some people have seen it, some haven't. For those that haven't, I apologize. I'm getting pushback from every single person.
I just lost an ability to speak, and you're speaking off topic.
Oh. What? No.
Are you speaking for or against the amendment?
I'm for the amendment. What I was getting to was that I am for.
You're on the list.
I'm so sorry. I thought you called me.
I did, but it sounds like it's not germane. So far.
Okay. Long story short, I'm for censure with an addition of the code of ethics to the policy manual. That's where I was going with it.
Ms. Adams, please. Go ahead.
So
Do we have an extension of time?
I'm gonna allow Ms. Adams to speak because there was a bit of a delay.
So I'm sitting here trying to listen to all of the arguments, trying to be really open to potentially modifying, but then I hear you, Karen Ann, say, the only person I accused on the LNC of being involved in New Hampshire was JBH. And that's factually not true.
Who else?
You targeted Richard
No, that,
repeatedly. You
not
did.
involved.
No, we're not gonna have an
Okay.
argument
Anyway,
right
you
here.
did.
I
And-
would
and
like
if
to
we're gonna
clarify. Has the
consider
floor.
censure, and if we're gonna consider censure, I wanna do that thinking
May I
and believing
clarify
that
that?
we're moving forward in good faith and in honest attempt to heal, and we can't do that if we're still not gonna be honest. And I don't
Okay.
hear that honesty.
No.
Okay.
It's,
Well, I'd love to clarify that because
I understand. We are out of time on this item again, which means all questions are called. Yes?
I believe there was 5 minutes of rebuttal left when Ms. Harlow's made the motion to amend.
That was part of those 5 minutes.
Yeah,
That's
that-
what I wanted to clarify,
those-
is that those 5 minutes have been burnt,
They
they're gone.
they are gone.
And there's
That's-
nothing else I wanted to say, so.
They're
I just want to make sure that I understood where we
Yes,
were, and
thank
if
you.
now we're going to do
We're voting on the amendment.
the amendment, but it's all questions, so if that,
It is all
however that goes, then the following main motion,
That
then
is
we're done.
correct.
Cool.
So, just to make sure everybody understands where we are, time has expired, all questions are automatically called. Pending question is the amendment, which changes suspension to censure. That amendment requires a majority. And, all in favor, or, well, you're gonna do it. Yeah.
Madam Chair, one
It's gonna be
personal privilege.
substantive, yeah.
Can I ask that we go in reverse alphabetical order this time?
I can do that. I've done it for
Yeah,
when.
whether it was you or me in that seat, we were always
Yeah,
first.
we did it with Ms. Van
Yeah.
Horn. and-
Please.
One second, I need to know what this is.
It's required, and I didn't know we could do that.
I'm ready, waiting for, if you let me.
All right, we are ready to vote. Go ahead.
Ms. Sarwar?
On the amendment.
I didn't hear.
To censure.
The amendment to censure.
No.
Mr. Phillips?
Pass.
Mr. Sexton?
No.
Mr. Nana?
Yes.
Mr. Mullman?
Yep.
Mr. Lucchini?
No.
Mr. Longstreth?
No.
Ms. Hogarth?
No.
I'm voting yes. Mr. Hagan?
No.
Mr. Fiera?
Pass.
Ms. Epke?
No.
Mr. Bowen?
Yes.
Hold on, I got confused here. Ms. Adams?
No.
Going back. Mr. Phillips?
What's the vote count for Jan?
4 yes, 8 no.
Abstain.
Mr. Fiera?
Yes.
Ms. Bilyeu, it is 5-8-1.
So it is failing.
Yes, it failed.
Okay, I'm not gonna vote. All right, main motion, which is to suspend the secretary, requires a 2/3 vote of the entire body, except for the secretary. So out of 16. Whenever you're ready.
Ms. Adams?
Pass.
Mr. Bowen?
No.
Ms. Epke?
Yes.
Mr. Fiera?
Yes.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Ms. Hogarth?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
Pass.
Mr. Lucchini?
I hate to do this, but yes.
Mr. Mullman?
I'm going to expressly abstain.
Mr. Nana?
No.
Mr. Sexton?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Ms. Sarwar?
Yes.
I'm missing, okay. Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Longstreth?
Yes.
Ms. Bilyeu, it is, well, we have missing people, but it's 10 to 2 to 1, which does put you as the tiebreaker, because it requires 11.
I'm voting yes.
So 11 to 2 to 1.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to adjourn.
Second. Motion to adjourn is always in order and not debatable. Everyone in favor of adjournment? Raise your hand.
In favor of adjournment?
In favor of adjournment, raise your hand.